Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester, the court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
What's up, everybody? What's up, Bob?
Good morning, Vietnam. What's up, Jay-Bird?
What's going on, folks?
Happy Monday. Happy Monday, everybody.
Happy Monday, everybody. Thanks for being here. If you missed it on Twitter, we're going to be covering this, and then we're going to be switching to Hannah Gutierrez's sentencing for folks that followed that trial, and then we'll come back. But the good news, folks, is
Mr. Potato Head.
we got to see Mr. Potato Head, guys, because we got new. It looks like the court may have heard some complaints. I take it because
New angles, Jay. New angles.
Not only new angles, Bob, but I think they boosted the audio themselves because it sounds better, and I don't have the booster on. So look at this, folks. Look at this. You could see the potato. You could see him. You could see the screen.
Look at that big potato he had. What a guy.
I got to work on the logos, though, folks, because if you don't know, the reason we're doing that, we're not trying to be annoying, but like we're trying to avoid like a channel making a copyright strike. That's the last thing we want. So we'll work on that. But for folks who don't know, we didn't know there was apparently some motions. So I paused it before court started today. And we're going to fire it up and see what I think I heard some 404B stuff, Bob. So we're going to.
All right.
So let's start it up.
Just so you guys know, if you don't remember all the way back from, well, I consider everybody in the Bows and the Armada to be seasoned trial watchers and observers. So, but 404B is prior bad acts, other shit they did that they're trying to get in. And the argument is always that you can't use it to establish, somebody's character, and so let's see what it is.
Yeah, for those that followed Murdoch, that's all. There was so much 404. So
all that financial good stuff was 404B stuff. Yeah,
exactly.
The prosecution's here as well. Prior to bringing the jurors in and the public into the courtroom this morning, we had a request over the weekend for a exigent hearing this morning. In order to not keep jurors held longer than necessary, we're conducting this hearing first before the public's allowed into the courtroom.
Oh yeah, pause it real quick, Jay. Dizzy threw something up in my text with her, Dizzy and Mandy. There, it looked like there was a rule to show cause, which is, a contempt hearing that was filed on Friday. So, and we were like, what the hell? Like we couldn't fit. There was no details. So maybe that's what this is. All right, let's check it out.
For that public access. So just to clarify one point, as the trial goes along, I don't mind doing exigent hearings. These things come up and we'll do them. However, there still needs to be, whenever possible, a motion filed so it can be lodged in the case, even if it's just a quick one-page motion notifying the parties in the court of what the topic will be. So we did this based off an email received, but it's a request from the defense to reconsider a ruling that was made last week on evidence as it related to the defense request to bring in testimony or evidence relating to Joe Ryan. The court made a ruling last week that it was inadmissible as being irrelevant. And Mr. Pryor, I understand you wanted to get a further either clarification or another opportunity to argue that point. Is that something you want to argue this morning?
Judge, I would like to argue it. Judge, would the court prefer I go to the podium or can I argue from here?
I think it's best if you just stay at council table, so
Okay.
the microphone will pick that up.
And may I, Judge, proceed?
Yes.
Judge, it's really a two-prong argument. One, I wanted to make a record of the fact that the court had ruled that the evidence relating to Joseph Ryan and that Alex Cox had committed an aggravated assault felony on Joseph Ryan, and that Mr. Ryan feared for his life. That was in 2007. Judge, I have a probable cause affidavit from that particular jurisdiction relaying the facts of that particular incident. I would point out, Judge, that part of our argument is that Alex Cox's modus operandi was to protect Lori Vallow whenever there was any sort of discernible threat towards her or any kind of threat towards her. Alex Cox would come to the rescue and engage in this kind of conduct. As an example, Judge, this is our position is that's exactly what happened with Charles Vallow. That's exactly what happened with Brandon Boudreaux. And those occurred in, I believe, 2019. Approximately 12 years earlier in 2007, the same modus operandi. And the difficulty, Judge, and the relevance in my mind is that we are looking at a third husband. The third husband, this was just not some random act. This was a third husband of Lori Vallow who was subjected and put in a position of fear. And then the fourth husband from the defense, and I think the state would agree, Alex Cox perpetrated a murder upon the fourth husband, Charles Vallow. And the modus operandi, Judge, and that's where I think this comes in, is that Alex Cox is a protector of Lori Vallow. And I realized that the state had got a transcript of my opening statement. I didn't recall seeing a motion or an order requesting that they be allowed to do that. But lo and behold, I was provided a transcript of my opening statement, and I did adhere to that, Judge. And I don't think it was something that I have to file a 404B to ask permission to do that. Quite to the contrary, 404B requires a prosecuting attorney to file motions, and it's at the end of 404B that's required. The state does, or the defense does not have the burden to do that. And in my mind, this was relevant, and it was relevant to Alex Cox's behavior, modus operandi, in how he took care of, and he was the protector, or whatever adjective you want to use, of Lori Vallow. So at this point, Judge, I just wanted to make a record that that's what my position is.
All right. I'll hear any argument from the state on whether or not the court's previous ruling excluding that evidence should stand or be reconsidered.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state agrees with the court's previous ruling. We don't think that this set of facts meets the 401 test of relevancy. It has no tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence in this case. The reason for that is that this is so attenuated by time. I believe this was a 2007 incident dealing with an individual who, other than being the father of one of the victims in this case, has no other connection to this defendant. So you have this very long section of time in between that creates this attenuation. We think there's going to be a foundational issue as well. I don't think a PC affidavit in and of itself comes in. We believe that's hearsay. There needs to be a declarant to talk about it. And so based on those two, based on that,
Whoa.
and on just,
I thought he just stroked out there, Jay. Right in the middle of a sentence. I'm like, hello? Did we lose the stream?
there's a case, Pomrenke versus State, 169 Idaho 474, and I think it applies here. The holding there is that proffered evidence is irrelevant if it tends to disprove or disprove effect of consequence only through speculative inferences. And I think that
By the way, guys, tell me, it's to me, sometimes I don't hear this.
Infinitely better, Jay.
Is it right? We could hear it, we could see
Infinitely.
it. Someone
Clear as
listened.
day, dude.
Awesome.
I mean, maybe you're right, maybe from our end, but no, I was struggling to hear it the last week. This sounds super crisp.
Awesome.
And
So much better.
And like the views are way better.
Way better.
I mean, like like I said, it was like I felt like I was sitting on like your front stoop watching the trial like a block away last week. You know what I mean? It was like from a great distance. Yeah, council tables look great. They got a set camera on the screen for exhibits. It looks like, I mean, the witness stand isn't great, but it's definitely better.
Yeah.
But I mean, they definitely got a much closer image of Mr. Potato Head. Like,
yeah,
and no see that big block head of his.
No more hold me closer, tiny detective. It looks like
that's where this is speculative inferences that because Alex Cox may or may not have done something to Joe Ryan back in 2007, that he is somehow that somehow removes this defendant's guilt in this case. So we do not think it passes the 401 test. And again, we think there's a foundational issue. So we'd ask the court to just affirm its previous ruling.
And Judge, if I could respond just
Yes.
ever so briefly. Judge, there is no time limit on bringing up these allegations that I'm aware of that limits these allegations or says they're not relevant because they occurred a certain number of years ago. This is a co-conspirator, and that's what's very important here. That's what's extremely important. Is part of the case that the prosecutor has to show is that Mr. Daybell, Chad, engaged in a conspiracy with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, and then other unknown or unnamed co-conspirators. However, if Alex Cox took it upon himself to engage in conduct at the bequest of Lori Vallow, or not at the bequest of Lori Vallow, to protect her or to inflict harm on another person, it's not a leap to say at this point, Alex Cox previously acted on his own. Alex Cox acted on his own with Charles Vallow. Alex Cox acted on his own with Brandon Boudreaux. And if the state has to prove that Chad Daybell was involved in a conspiracy with Tammy Daybell, JJ Vallow, and Tylee,
at the bequest,
it's absolutely relevant that Alex Cox, in his previous behavior, his
spinning
modus
on that, Jay.
operandi was to act on his own and to lash out and do things on his own. I couldn't think of something that's more relevant in this regard. And I just felt very strongly, Judge, that the court had not thought this through. Now, I understand we're all under the gun, and I agree there's been a number of motions filed, and we are scrambling, and that's not unusual given these circumstances. And the court had to make a decision very quickly and was under the gun. But I just felt that I wanted to give the court an opportunity to hear out my argument and put it on the record so the court could look at this and say, okay, this is how I feel about this. And that was really the purpose of this, Judge. And if the court needs me to file a motion, Judge, to reconsider.
Behind the scenes, Ali just texted us that at bequest is normal, folks. So just a heads up.
Wait,
I can do a one-page motion
bequest,
to
the
reconsider.
definition is a legacy.
This, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
The action of
On that last
bequeathing
point, I
something
won't,
when
on
someone
this
dies.
issue, require a motion to be filed, knowing that
She's
it's
saying
on
that
the record
I've never
now,
used it in a legal context.
brought up, and will
other
be
than
noted in the court minutes as a motion heard
probate
this
or-
morning. So the court has
Let me see what
reviewed the defense request that information relating to this 2007 incident be brought into this case. It gets into 404B type
Wait
issues.
a second. Did he
I
say
don't know
bequest
that it-
or behest? Because they're two very different words. I heard bequest.
Bequest
Behest-
gate. Bequest gate.
Behest would be proper, which Ali is saying, but I thought I heard him say bequest.
I think you're right, but I wasn't. You guys tell us.
actually
like-
is 404B, which, as pointed out by the defense here, really has some notice requirements and things that seem to be exclusive to requirements of what a prosecutor needs to do under 404B. The notice provision does specifically indicate what a prosecutor is required to do in order to provide notice. So there is one, and noting subsection 2, in a criminal case, the prosecutor must, and then it's got an A and B on notice. So without determining here, because I don't think it's necessary, whether or not the defense would be required to provide the same reasonable type of notice as a prosecutor. The real issue at stake is whether or not, in this case, this 2007 incident has enough relationship to the charges at hand to become relevant or admissible evidence under Rule 401. The court would note that there is a conspiracy charged in multiple counts here involving Alex Cox, and the dates that are alleged in the indictment are alleging a conspiracy that occurred on or between October 26, 2018 and the year 2020. So the earliest date the state is alleging is 2018. This would be an incident that was approximately 11 years before, I should say, to clarify, Mr. Pryor, but 11 years beforehand. And I do have to look at how attenuated that is from the facts here. While there may be some relevance, the real question is, under 403, is this relevance that is more probative than unfairly prejudicial? The state's raised questions on foundation. How does evidence come in of this event that happened now 17 years ago? Who would lay the foundation to really get any of that evidence in if it starts coming in and the state wants to challenge the defense theory? Also, while Alex Cox is a named co-conspirator, Joe Ryan's not listed as a victim in the case. And the court just finds that under looking at 403 balancing test and Rule 401, I'm going to maintain the ruling that this is simply too far outside of the scope of the charges, too far outside of the scope of the alleged conspiracy, would be more prejudicial than probative, and without adequate time or even possibly way to establish a foundation to allow a response from the state, would be unfairly prejudicial as well. So having considered that, then the court is going to maintain that previous ruling that the incidents alleged as they relate to Joe Ryan and Alex Cox will be inadmissible during the trial, and that will be the court's ruling. So Mr. Pryor, I'll ask you to refrain from further references to that based on this evidentiary ruling. Any
That
questions
hurts.
on that, Mr. Pryor?
No,
That
Judge.
hurts.
All right, any questions?
What do you think? Do you think it's the right decision?
I mean, not really. I mean, that kind of goes to the heart of the defense, you know. I mean, we know that he's trying to throw Alex under the bus as the henchman, you know, the guy who was doing all the dirty deeds. So I don't know.
So certainly an appellate issue then. If
It's certainly going to be an appellate issue. You know, the problem, I can see why the judge ruled that way. Nonetheless, it definitely hurts Pryor, at least in terms of what their defense is.
Questions from the state?
No.
Okay, thanks, counsel. We'll go off the record here momentarily then. While everybody gets ready, I'll step off the bench. We'll let the public come in, and we will let the jurors in. I'll let everyone know we do have all 18 jurors return today. They've each signed their affirmation, so they are good to go to hear evidence this morning. And as soon as the public's seated, let me know, and we'll come back on and get started with evidence. Let me just ask the state, who's the witness that's going to be coming up today
Oh, here we go.
first?
The first will be Vince Kayakamanu.
Okay.
Sounds like a cop, maybe.
I think it is. Oh, look, folks, so we're behind. We could just fast forward through this as guys, we are so happy. I mean, I guess, I don't know if Law and Crime contacted the court or whatever, but man, this is so much better. We could see stuff. We can hear stuff.
So much better.
And we appreciate you guys sticking with us because we know it was tough last week.
That was an open hearing that was live. Morning. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence today. The court would note I heard a motion argued this morning without the public in the courtroom, but that was an open hearing that was live streamed on an evidentiary issue. I understand at this time the state's ready to proceed with its case in chief and call a next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will note the state is here present as well as the defendant, and counsel for the defendant, Mr. Pryor. Is the defense ready to proceed with evidence? Very well. Please instruct the bailiffs then to have the jurors brought in.
Bring the jury.
Let's bring them, folks. We're a little behind, folks, but we'll catch up.
Spinster wants a Bob rant this morning. It's not time for ranting yet. I'll rant at some point.
No artificial rants. We just rant if it's natural and cause.
That's right. I don't come with fake rants. My rants all right from the heart. Somebody asked if I ever sleep. I actually got some great sleep this weekend.
Nice.
I finally feel back to normal. You know, after like a weekend, and it was actually more like 5 days that Allison and I had with very late nights, a lot of shenanigans and tomfoolery and things of that nature. It takes me quite a while to rebound, and I feel well rested today, Jay.
Awesome. Got to recharge.
All right. We are
Gotta
back on the record on case CR 22211623. The jurors have all returned. The court has confirmed each of them also signed their declaration and
Morning,
acknowledgement
Kaylin.
that they followed the court's admonishment to
Is
not
Kaylin not with us
investigate
last
or
week?
look
She
into
must
the
have been
case over
not
the
with
break.
us.
So thank you
I'm
very
sure.
much, each of you,
Okay.
for following that instruction during that long weekend break. The state is continuing with its case in chief and presenting evidence.
Hey,
I'll
Debbie.
note the defendant and counsel are present, as well as the prosecution for the state. And I'll also note this hearing is being live streamed today. As I mentioned last week, if we do run into any technical issues with that live stream feed, we'll instruct tech to try to let us know how quickly that may be fixed, but would likely proceed with the trial if we do run into any issue causing a delay with that. So at this time, then, I understand the state has a next witness to call. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defense ready to proceed? All right. Then the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Vince Kayakamanu.
Yes, folks, if you're coming in late, we are watching this, but at 12:30, we will be going to Hannah Gutierrez's. We'll pause it. We'll go to the sentencing, and then we'll come back.
And also, as you guys know, Jay and I are going to be covering Kieran Reed. I think both of us had mistakenly thought that thing was starting with jury selection today. Turns out that is actually starting tomorrow. I think, Jay, I don't know as we sit here whether or not that will be streamed by the courts. And I don't know that we'll stream that anyway. I think that Jay and I most likely will hang with Mr. Potato Head here because they're talking. What, Jay? You kind of blew my face off my head yesterday when you said
That was
10 days,
10
weeks to pick a jury in that.
Dizzy said maybe 2 weeks. But you guys know how it is. This one went faster than we expected, but also just like this case has a lot of notoriety. They got to figure out who has you know the deal from watching this. So we will. Yeah, I think that's the right call. But we'll cover this. But then when Karen Reed starts, we're going to cover it, folks. But I'm guessing they're not, at the very least, going to take this week and probably start next week. What we'll see. And Bob, I figured out today why they didn't have Karen Reed today. Do you know why? And I'll tell you.
I don't know.
The only reason I know is because of my baseball fantasy team. The Red Sox play at 12 o'clock because it's Patriots Day or Patriot Day. So I had to I had to get Tyler O'Neill in the lineup, and I'm guessing that's why there's no court.
That sounds like a national holiday in Massachusetts type thing.
Yeah, exactly.
When the Sox are playing, it's fucking Patriots Day. We don't have court on Patriots Day. Are you out of your fucking mind here?
Ooh, look at that. Nice, Bob. I like it.
Mm.
Good accent.
car, Jay.
Car.
Let's get in
Car.
the car.
Get in the car.
Oh, also, our brilliant mods and beyond, Dizzy and Mandy, and a lot of our behind the scenes geniuses are working on some very helpful stuff where Jay and I will be giving you all a primer on the Karen Reed case. We'll give you all the main players. We'll give you the background. We'll give you the timelines leading into that trial. So if you're not familiar with it, Jay and I will be setting up a stream where we'll give you guys all the juicy details, including some fabulous graphs. I don't know if you've seen these graphs yet.
No, I gotta see them.
You'll love them, dude. Like they will be very helpful for our people. So when that thing starts, everybody's going to have a great idea of what is going on in that case, what the issues are that we can expect to see at trial, and what the competing theories are. Like, you know, it's one of those cases. I was talking about it on a live I was on last night. Like the two cases that we've seen in recent days or months, that the defense has put out their particular theory of defense, along with the state having theirs, are both Delphi, Richard Allen case, and Karen Reed, which happens to coincide with the fact that those are the two most toxic communities online by a million miles. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that that's what you get when you get two theories out there battling at the same times. You're going to have people pick sides, which is exactly what's happened in both of those cases. And you just don't see it in other cases because typically it's the state's theory that's out there that just gets to percolate in people's mind and prejudice all the potential jurors. So this is different. Whether it's a sign of things to come moving forward in our criminal justice system, we'll see. I mean, I'm here for it. I'm not necessarily here for the toxicity of the social media world and online world, but I'm certainly here for the evening of the playing field heading into trials. So,
And to Bob's point, we see the toxicity out there. Me and Bob are going into this trial. We'll give you a breakdown. We'll give you what is being, the theories, but until you get a trial, until you see the evidence, until you see the attorneys, until you see the witnesses and give their credit, we are not going in there on either side, because I know there's some concern out there. We want to see the evidence, and then we'll decide each witness, as we do. So like
100%.
And we're not gonna. By the way, speaking of our awesome mods, that shit you see out there, we're not gonna have that in our chat. We want people to have different opinions, but they're gonna be respectful. So if you're looking for a place to come and kind of watch it and not worry about that, we got you covered. We're not.
And it's the same with Delphi. Like I have no idea whether Richard Allen's guilty or not. I know what the theories are, but it's like every case we have to wait until trial to find out what's what. We can all have opinions going in, but all I ever ask people is just hold your final opinion until you've seen the evidence get vetted at trial. Then we all decide. Then you're making an educated decision.
Exactly.
All right, let's go, Jay.
Here we go, folks.
What's going on with Mr. Potato Head today?
Oh man, I'm so glad. Like, it was tough to watch this trial last week, so I'm so glad this is. Although we do kind of still have a tiny detective situation.
Officer Kayakamanu, as you're answering questions, please make verbal responses for the record. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kayakamanu. Last is K-A-A-I-A.
Officer, I'm sorry. Could you talk a little more loudly right into your mic? I think we're barely picking that up.
Is that better?
Sounds great to us.
That
Sounds good to me. But he's got to slow down that name. K-A-A. What was it?
Sounds Hawaiian, yes?
I got that.
If you'll give us just a sec, we'll make sure that microphone's adequate.
Thank you, Defense Attorney Meow. 100% on bequest. So
I think that's definitely better. Thanks for that. Mr. Wood, go ahead and just restart if you would, please. Thank you.
Okay. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kayakamanu. Last is K-A-A-I-A-K-A-M-A-N-U.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I am currently the Chief Deputy of Madison County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that position?
I started with Madison January of this year.
So 2024.
Correct.
What was your occupation before you took on that position?
I worked with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you with Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 18 years.
Have you ever worked for any other law enforcement office?
I have not.
Are you post certified?
Yes.
With the title Chief Deputy, is there a specific title we should refer to you as?
That's fine.
Have you been involved in the investigation regarding Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and JJ Ballo?
I have.
In your current occupation as Chief Deputy of the Madison County Sheriff's Department, is it part of your responsibilities to oversee the jail?
Yes.
So they report to you.
The captain does, yes.
As part of your responsibilities in overseeing the jail, do you have an understanding of the jail intelmate or the phone call system?
Yes, I do.
What is that system and how does it work?
The Telmate system is a phone system that the inmates, while in jail, can make phone calls or FaceTime visits with their family, friends outside of the jail.
And how long have you overseen this at the Madison County Jail?
Since I've been there January 2024.
Right. Have you had experience with Telmate in other counties?
I have.
Did Fremont County use the Telmate system?
Yes.
And the Telmate system, does that include telephone and video visits?
Yes, it does.
On video calls, is the camera always utilized?
On video calls, the camera is utilized when the iPad is docked to the station. Once that iPad's removed from the docking station, the video camera shuts off and it goes into a phone call mode.
How do you ensure that inmates don't make calls on behalf of other inmates?
When someone's brought into the jail and booked in, they're given a specific PIN number that's to them. When they go to set that up through Telmate, they have to give their PIN number that they were given. They also take a face photo and they say their name approximately 3 times, so it's voice recorded.
Whenever an inmate places a call or participates in the Telmate system, is any information recorded or stored regarding that call?
Yes.
What is recorded?
The whole conversation, whether it's a FaceTime or a phone call, is all recorded from once it starts to when it ends.
And is the outside party required to provide name and personal information?
They can go on to what's called gettingoutofjail.com and put that information in. That allows them to put money on their books for phone calls or commissary.
How do you access the information that is stored on the Telmate system?
I've got a username and password.
Is there any way for you to edit the information that is stored on Telmate?
No.
Are you aware of any other agency being able to edit it?
No.
Where are the phones and tablets located in the jail?
In our jail system, we have what are called pods, and the pads and phones are located in the day room where all the inmates have access to that. The phone is connected to the wall, so if they're just doing a voice call, they need to stay out there. Like I testified earlier, they have that pad there and they need to stay there to do a face-to-face or FaceTime. But once that pad's removed, it blacks out and they can take that into their cell and talk, but it's only a voice talk.
How do you know the date and time of each call?
The calls are time-stamped.
Now, we've been talking about Madison County, correct?
Correct.
I want to call your attention to June 9th of 2020. At that time, was Lori Vallow Daybell an inmate at the Madison County Jail?
Oh, we're
And to
getting
your knowledge,
they're
Chad Daybell was not
searching.
in jail at that time.
Gonna hear some good calls, folks. Buckle
Oh,
up.
they're searching.
Correct.
They're searching.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 33.
Very well.
Now the whole process.
Right.
Thumb drive with a call on it.
All right. Do you know what day that call was made?
The call on this thumb drive was made June 9th, 2020.
All right. And who are the parties to that call?
Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell.
And have you reviewed the call on that thumb drive?
Yes.
Are your initials on that thumb drive?
Yes.
Did you put your initials on that thumb drive after reviewing that call?
Yes.
Is that call a true and accurate representation of what is stored on the Telmate system?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 33 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right. And just one more clarifying point. Is that the only file contained on that thumb drive, Mr. Wood?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Exhibit 33 is admitted.
Call.
June 9th, 2020.
Where were you when you heard it?
I was at the property of 202 North, 1900 East, Chad Daybell's residence.
Were you there for the search of Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th?
Yes.
And so you accessed this phone call from that location.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You may.
This is a call from and paid for by
Lori.
an inmate at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate.
Hi, babe.
Hello.
Are you okay?
Oh, they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm at MS. Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Are they seizing stuff again?
They're searching. There's a search warrant, and so well, I just did MS with the kids.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to set up a call. I'm glad you called.
Yeah.
And we'll see what transpires.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
What do you want me to do? Pray.
What?
What do you want me
Yeah,
to
pray.
do?
Pray. Yeah.
Okay. What can I do for you?
I'm feeling pretty calm. I would call Mark, though, maybe. And just talk with him.
Have you talked to him already?
I did call him, yes.
So he knows what they're doing?
Yeah. It's like a call from somebody else I need to talk to. I love you so much.
Okay, I love you. Should I try to call you later?
I don't know. I don't know. You can try, yeah. I'll answer if I can.
Okay.
I love you, and we'll talk soon.
Okay, baby. I love you.
Okay. Love you. Goodbye.
What do you think of that there, Jay? Little consciousness of guilt there.
A little bit, but also,
do you know
like, just
approximately what time of
no.
day that
This
phone
man
call was?
has like no charisma. Like he's like a potato. Like this man is like,
They're searching. How's it going, babe? They're searching. They're searching. Lori, they pray.
What do you want me to do? Pray. Yes, pray.
And we'll see what transpires. I don't. What transpires is you fucked.
Around 11 o'clock in the afternoon.
Your Honor, the state will be recalling Detective Kai Kamani for other things, but at this time we have no further questions.
That was it. Just for
Yeah,
that?
I mean,
Mr.
like,
Pryor,
so
would you prefer
Allie was saying,
cross-examination or cross-examine
no.
Let's see.
this time, or save that for when he's recalled?
Oh, clearly
Very
he
well.
has some questions. Come on, man. Ali was saying they could have just stipulated to this call and not have to go through all
Yeah.
this nonsense. I mean,
Yeah,
come
for
on.
all foundational type witnesses where you're trying to authenticate and lay a foundation, you can always stipulate. I mean,
And officer, you've also
God.
it just saves time, you know. It's like,
Yeah, like why this is already gonna be an 8 to 10 week trial. Why not just stipulate to that, play the call, move to the next witness? Like now we're gonna have this jabroni go up here. God knows what he's gonna talk about.
Exactly.
we're coming back. You've got a subpoena from my office as well to show up, and we've made arrangements for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Officer, Prosecutor Wood asked you where you were on June 9th of 2020,
Correct.
and you were at the Daybell residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Any idea how many other officers were there at that time?
I can't recall how many other officers and agencies were there.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
More than 15?
Yes.
Okay. So more than 30?
Yes.
Okay. So 30 police officers from various agencies, obviously, right?
Correct.
Right. And at that point, I heard on the tape where Mr. Daybell mentioned that he was at Emma's. Now, do you know who he's talking about when he says Emma?
His daughter.
Okay. And in relation to the house, where does Emma live?
Across the street.
At the time of this incident, Emma lived kitty corner, roughly from Mr. Daybell's home.
That would be what, the southeast corner?
The southwest.
Southwest, excuse me,
Yes.
my southwest corner of the property. But it
Correct.
was kitty corner,
Yeah.
relatively close to the Daybell, Chad Daybell's house, right?
Yes.
Within walking distance.
Yes.
So he was over there and there were no restrictions on his movement. Is that right?
Correct.
And he could come and go as he pleases.
At that time, yes.
Right. And at that point, you overheard him talk about a Mark Means.
On the phone call, yes.
Right. Okay. And on the phone call, he said he was going to talk to somebody else.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever learn who he was trying to talk to, that other person?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to be present when Officer Wheeler and Officer Hope were recording the interaction with Mr. Daybell?
I was not.
Okay. Okay. And at that point, if Mr. Daybell were to be leaving at that time that this phone call took place, he would have the right to do that, and there was no restriction stopping him.
Correct.
And he could go if he wanted to meet somebody or meet up with somebody, he'd have that opportunity.
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me with 30 plus officers showing up at your house that that would cause you a concern? The average citizen.
To the average citizen, yes.
In fact, you probably agree with me that were you a street officer at some point with Fremont County?
Yes.
Parole officer?
Yes.
And when a police officer puts on his lights and gets behind you and pulls you over, that's an emotional or at least an unnerving experience as well, right?
Yes.
So you would suggest that when 30 plus police officers show up at your house and search, that would cause you to have some concern, right?
I'd be nervous, yes.
Especially
More than nervous,
if I had
right?
two beautiful
I'd be
babies
nervous.
buried in my
Right.
backyard. I'd be
Yeah.
nervous as fuck.
Exactly.
Now, Lori Vallow made mention that search again. And you're nodding your head. Had you been out there previously to search the Daybell property?
I have not been out there
Are
previous.
you aware as the manager, and I don't want to use the incorrect term, you are the supervisor of this case. Would that be fair? Or is there a better term?
Over the Fremont County portion of it, yes.
Okay. Are you aware as part of your investigation as to whether or not anybody else had been out in any of the law enforcement agencies on Mr. Daybell's property previous to that time?
Yes, I was aware.
All right. How many times are you aware that they've been out on his property prior to that time?
Prior to that time, I believe they were out in January of 2020 doing a search of the house.
Okay. Any other times?
Not that I can recall right now.
Did anybody from your agency ever go out to the Daybell property unannounced and search the property without a large group of officers?
Unannounced? No.
All right. How about announced and saying we're going to go out and just look around?
With a search warrant, yes.
Okay. And was that in the January occasion?
Correct.
There was no other occasion that officers went out there. Is that what you're telling me?
I can't recall what other dates we were out there,
Okay.
but yes,
But there were other dates that you were out there looking at the property. Is that fair?
correct.
Okay. A number of them?
No,
More than 5?
no.
Now, as part of your investigation of this case, you've interviewed a number of witnesses in this case. Would that be fair?
Correct.
You've interviewed Melanie Gibb
Correct.
several times.
One time.
Okay. Regan Price,
Yes.
how many times?
One time.
Zaluma Pastenas,
Approximately 3 or 4 times. I'd have to
Okay.
check my notes.
and then Garth Daybell, Chad's son. You've interviewed him a couple of times.
One time.
Okay. And where was that interview?
That was done at Rexburg PD.
Okay. And in that occasion, you showed up at Mr. Garth Daybell's house. Is that right? Or did you show up at the school?
All right, Bob, dumb question here, but if the state was solely using this guy right at this, they said they might call him back, but at this time they solely used him to get the call in. Why is he allowed to now go into all this other stuff? Shouldn't he wait for when he calls them the next time, or you can go into whatever you want?
No, it's beyond the scope of direct. I mean,
Yeah, why is the prosecution not that?
Yeah, the state should absolutely be objecting. I don't know why they're allowing him to go into all this shit. I mean, none of this was mentioned on direct.
Right.
So no.
Oh.
Good observation, Jay.
We went to the school.
I will
Yeah.
say I saw Ali put in the chat that it's about the scope, so that kind of tipped me off.
Good observation, babe.
And at the school, it's where Garth was working. Is that right?
Correct. I wouldn't consider that an interview.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But at some point, you approached Mr. Daybell, and who was with you at that point?
Special Agent Ricky Wright?
Okay. Anybody else?
No.
And at that point, you took Garth and asked that he go down to the police station with you. Is that right?
No, not at that time.
Okay. But you mentioned that you approached Garth Daybell at the school
Garth.
Correct.
and that the interview, or at
name,
least what you said may not have been an interview, took place at the police station.
So there was 2 different times.
Oh, okay.
One time
Oh,
we talked with Garth at the school. to advise him of the findings of his mother's death.
Okay.
That I would not consider an interview.
Okay.
The second interview was done at Rexburg, or the first
Dumbbell.
interview that we brought him into Rexburg PD.
Okay. And when you say brought him in, where did you,
That's his government
have
name.
contact with him on the
Spud
day you brought him in
Dumbbell.
to the Rexburg Police Department?
That we made contact with him at his home.
And at that point, you, did he have a choice at that point, or were you taking him into custodial care at that point?
At that time, it was custodial care to come in and talk with us.
Okay, so he wasn't, he didn't have an option. He was going to go to the Rexburg Police Department. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then how long was he at the Rexburg Police Department on that particular day?
I'd have to look. I want to say a couple hours.
And at that point, did you ever talk to him?
Small talk until his attorney got there.
Okay,
Got him some McDonald's, some pop.
okay. But at that point, there was nothing in terms of the interview with Garth on that particular day. Is that right?
Not until his attorney got there.
Okay. Okay. And do you have a recollection of how long it took for an attorney for him to get there?
I don't, off the top of my head, I'd have to look in my notes on that.
Now, we're going to be revisiting that in a little while in terms of the audio or the videotapes of Chad on June 9th. Did you have an opportunity to review the audio and the videotapes of Chad and Emma on June 9th?
I have not.
Okay, so you don't have any information about those?
I do
Wasn't
not.
part of your investigation in this case?
I do not.
Okay, okay. Other than law enforcement on June 9th of 2020 and June 10th of 2020, other than law enforcement, was there anybody on the scene at the residence on either of those days who was not a law enforcement officer?
We had the Fremont County coroner there,
Okay,
and a few cadaver dogs.
okay,
I believe that's it.
okay. Nobody else?
Not that I can recall at that time, no.
And were you there the entire time, or were you there just for a short period of time?
The entire time.
The entire time would have been from like 7 o'clock in the morning until when on the 9th?
We finished up about 4 or 5 on the 9th.
Okay. And the last part I want to cover, and we're going to revisit some stuff. I mean, we'll do this in pieces, obviously. When you were in there in January of what year again? I'm sorry.
2020.
Okay. When you were there in January of 2020, you also brought cadaver dogs, right?
Are you referring to the warrant that was done January 2020?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
I was not at that search warrant, so.
Okay. And I don't know why I thought you were. Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not they brought cadaver dogs that day?
I can't recall if they did or didn't.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. The defense spoke to you about nervousness. Correct.
Correct.
That's a normal reaction when you're pulled over by the police.
Correct.
Have you listened to multiple jail phone calls between Mr. Daybell and Lori when she was in custody?
Yes.
Was
Does
the
he
tone of
always
this
sound like
phone
an
call
idiot?
normal?
They're searching.
I would require some additional foundation for that, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
So I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Has it been a regular part of your investigation to listen to jail phone calls between Chad and Lori?
Yes.
And you've listened to many of them.
Yes.
Right. And in listening to those, would you say that the phone call on June 9th, that the tone of that phone call is different than their average phone call.
It's overruled with additional foundation. I will permit any recross just on this issue as well, though,
Oh,
Mr.
my
Pryor.
goodness.
Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Was it a different tone?
Yes.
Were you present on Mr. Daybell's property when Mr. Daybell drove away?
Yes.
And do you know what was taking place around the time on Mr. Daybell's property when he drove away?
Could you repeat that into your microphone, please?
I'm an object, Judge, on the basis of foundation.
Well, he indicated he was on location when this happened, so that's overruled.
Repeat that. Sorry.
Are you aware of what was happening on Mr. Daybell's property when he drove away from the area?
Yes.
What was happening?
We were looking for 2 bodies on his property.
All right. And are you aware of when he drove away if one of those bodies was being discovered?
Yes.
Who?
JJ Val.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. If you'd like, Mr. Pryor, I'll allow recross.
Oh, come on.
But limited in scope to those 2 issues.
All right, thank you, Judge. So you talked a little bit about the tone of the phone call was different. Is that right?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit earlier about the fact that there were over 30 police officers on a piece of property that day, correct?
Yes.
So you would expect that there would be a little different of a tone when 30 police officers at 7 o'clock in the morning arrive at your home. And would that be fair?
That would be fair.
Okay. And then as far as what was going on when Mr. Daybell left, are you aware that Mr. Daybell was going to see an attorney that morning as he was leaving Emma Murray's house?
Objection calls for speculation.
I asked him if he's aware of it.
It's overruled.
Are you aware of that or not?
I was not.
Okay. And again, you didn't have an opportunity to review the videotape of Officer Wheeler or Officer Hope on that morning. Is that right?
Correct.
So you don't know the circumstances or the reason for why Mr. Daybell left his daughter's home kitty corner from the house and drove off, do you?
I am not aware why he drove off.
So to suggest that the fact that they found a body on his property and that was the reason for him driving off, you don't know what the reason Mr. Daybell drove off. There's another reason, or it could be another reason. Would that be fair?
There could be another reason, yes.
Right. All right. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So for this time, that will conclude the testimony of Officer Kaya Kamanu. He is the state's designated agent, correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I point that out because the exclusionary rule does not apply for this particular witness who will be recalled. So you can go ahead and return and continue to observe the trial proceedings as well.
To help you back.
We don't know yet.
Looks like another tiny detective, perhaps.
Tiny detective. Yeah.
All right, before we begin with
thing.
testimony, let me just
The wings.
confirm with Detective Wheeler here, who's now
Wheeler.
under oath. The court does have an exclusionary order in this case in effect. Have you observed or listened to any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this trial?
No,
Okay, so you have followed that. You haven't discussed any of the testimony with anyone else or reviewed that with anyone from the state?
no.
Very well.
That
Mr.
was a-
Wixom, if you'd
that was
like
a
to inquire
big
on direct,
issue
you may.
during Lori's
Thank you, Your Honor.
trial.
People watching it before they came in
People
or listening.
to the testimony before they testified. Like Melanie's had a huge issue with it. Who else?
Well, the priest,
Yeah, David Warwick. Yeah. Yeah, it was like
Good morning,
they were borrowing
Detective Wheeler.
testimony.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
that's a big deal.
Morning.
Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Detective Eric Wheeler, ERIC, WHEELER.
Thank you. And can you please explain to the jury, where do you work?
The Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
18 years.
And what's your current rank?
Detective.
And what was your rank prior to becoming detective?
Patrol sergeant.
And how long were you a patrol sergeant?
Approximately 3 or 4 years.
And how long have you been a detective now?
3 years.
Prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
And just very briefly, for the jury's sake, will you please explain to them what's the basic post-training that law enforcement receives?
So I've received my advanced and master certificate through Idaho Post, and so it's training that you have to go through, in service type training. You have to go through the Post Academy to get your basic certificate, and it entails everything from traffic, criminal code, search and seizure, laws of arrest, arrest techniques, firearms, those sort of things.
Thank you. And I want to draw your attention to almost 5 years ago, back to June 9th of 2020. Were you involved in any kind of search that occurred in Fremont County?
Yes, I was.
What search was that?
It was the search warrant that we were asked to help with at the 202 North, 1900 East, Fremont County, Chad Daybell property.
And what was the subject of the search?
My role in the search was to maintain scene security, safety, traffic and crowd control while investigators conducted the search on the property.
And just briefly help the jury understand more. Why do law enforcement need to maintain safety and security at a search scene?
Anytime we're doing a search on anybody's property or home, there's a risk that's an inherent risk to the officers as they're conducting that search. And so whether that's agitated bystanders or the homeowners themselves. And so we just like to keep everybody safe by maintaining that control.
And we'll come back to your role in that capacity, but I want to fast forward a bit. Ultimately, did you help find anything on the property as part of that search?
Yes.
What did you find?
I found remains of Tylee, and then I observed the remains of JJ.
And very briefly, can you explain to the jury before we go back, describe where those remains were found for each of them relative to the property?
Judge, I probably need a little bit more foundation.
He was present at the scene. He just said he observed this on the same date.
Overruled.
So JJ was located by the pond area of the property, and Tylee was found near a fire pit just east of the property.
And for the jury's sake, relative to the home on the property, where are the fire pit and where are the pond?
So the fire pit's east of the residence, and the pond is northeast of the residence.
Would that be in the front of the property, the back of the property, the side?
To the rear of the property.
So I'd like to come back now to your role in safety. So can you be specific with what you were assigned to do in that role as the search when you arrived?
So when we arrived, I helped maintain traffic as they were in the process of closing the road down in front of the house because multiple vehicles were going to be showing up. So I helped maintain some traffic control at the beginning. And then I stood by as detectives went and served that warrant to the occupants inside the home. And then my role was to just stand by and observe the occupants and their coming and goings as they were free to move around as they wanted.
And is that common in a search until something's found? Are the occupants allowed to remain on the property and sometimes move around?
Yes.
Prior to beginning your role on the search, did you have the opportunity to identify Chad Daybell?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Prior to this, just through investigation, through tips that we were receiving, even in patrol, we were helping field multiple tips that would come into the agency as we were looking for the children. And so through that investigation, I'd seen multiple pictures and images of Chad Daybell.
So is it fair to say that on June 9th that you were capable of identifying Mr. Daybell when you did?
Yes.
When you took your role, when's the first time that, let me withdraw that. Can you tell the jury what time of day, the best you can recall, that you arrived on scene to help with the search?
We arrived to the residence, I believe I got there just after 7 a.m. on the 9th.
And can you also let the jury know, were there other law enforcement agencies involved?
Yes, there were multiple law enforcement agencies involved.
Could you just briefly identify which agencies that were present?
The ones that I knew were present at that time were the Rexburg Police Department, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and the FBI.
Were there a large number of law enforcement present? Or a
Yes.
small number?
Yes.
So when you arrived, you were given this assignment. Please recall and then explain to the jury, when's the first time that you personally got eyes on Chad Daybell?
So it was approximately 7:30 when I observed him leave the residence and walk over to his vehicle that was parked on the back driveway, the east side of his home. He got in the vehicle and then moved his vehicle over to the west driveway area and backed his car into that driveway on the west side of the house.
And if I could have you explain to the jury, Detective Wheeler, when he moved the car to the west side driveway, can you explain to the jury what would his vantage point have been relative to the pond and the fire pit?
He may have been able to see the pond area a little better from that west front driveway where he moved the vehicle to.
And so once he moved the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe him to do?
He sat in his vehicle and was on the phone for quite some time. Just sat there in his vehicle.
So as you saw him in the vehicle making phone calls, while he was doing that, what's the next thing that you remember he did?
So I remember there were multiple times that I could, because I was trying to keep eyes on him as well as the west side, the front part of the house. And there were multiple times I kind of saw him awkwardly looking over his right shoulder towards that east or that northeast corner of the property where the pond area was. And that's at that time where some of the investigators and cadaver dogs were working.
And you just used the word awkwardly. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by awkwardly and what indicated to you that he was awkward?
The best way I can explain it is that for somebody to look over their right shoulder for, a long period of time. And the reason I use awkwardly is because there was one time that he did exit the vehicle and kind of walked towards the rear of his vehicle and looked in that direction. And that's when I figured that he was interested or suspicious of something going on in that area. And I had made note to one of the other officers that was close by of that behavior.
And so when he got out and walked to the rear of the vehicle, based on your observation, would that have improved his vantage point back to the pond?
Yes.
What did he do next after he got out and walked to the rear of the vehicle?
So he got out, walked to the rear, kind of passenger side a little farther on the passenger side of his vehicle, looked around for just briefly, and then got back in his vehicle.
What did he do next?
I believe he was on the phone for just a little bit longer, and then he drove over to Kitty Corner to his residence where his daughter was staying.
Were you aware that that was his daughter's home at that time?
Yes.
Which daughter?
I believe it was Emma.
What did he do when he drove over there?
I know that he had a conversation briefly outside and then had eventually gone into the home.
I assume, could you see him while he was inside the home?
I couldn't see him while he was in the home, though.
How long do you recall him being in the home?
Approximately an hour, hour and a half, maybe.
Eventually, did you see him come out?
Yes.
What did he do when he left that home?
I again was occasionally looking over to see if he was leaving or was needing anything and coming back to ask questions. And so I would look over there. And one of the times I did, I was talking to another detective and he came out of the home and appeared to be in a hurry. He went directly from the home to his car, had some items in his hand, and then left the property. And I remember at that time that there were assigned detectives responsible for following him if he went certain places and just kind of keeping an eye on him. And so Detective Schmidt was one of those detectives. And so I mentioned to him, hey, Chad's leaving. And about that time, other investigators that were in the back of the property came jogging over saying, hurry and go stop him.
When you said leaving, did he leave on foot?
Sorry. So he got inside of his vehicle and drove going south. And I do remember the accelerating. You could hear the acceleration. And I thought, is he trying to run? I remember that was a thought that went to my mind. And then when the other detectives said, hurry, go stop him, where I was in a marked vehicle, I responded to that request.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, is it common for someone who is the subject of a search at a home when they believe something is going to be found or is being found?
Judge, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation.
It's training and experience, Your Honor.
Judge, no, this is
Hold, Mr. Wixom, first of all, if there's an objection, let me think about it for a minute and respond before you start arguing against the objection. So please also for the court reporter, at this time, I am going to sustain that objection.
So you went and stopped him. Can you describe to the jury, you said he was, in your opinion, going fast, is that right?
Correct.
How far away from the home approximately was he before he was stopped?
It was right around the Fremont, Madison County line where he stopped. I couldn't give you an exact distance.
Did you make any personal contact with him when he stopped?
I did.
And what did he say or do?
So at the time, all I had was a request to stop him. I hadn't gathered any further information. The other detectives that had made that request were right behind me. And so I exited my vehicle and asked Chad to exit his vehicle and explained to him that that I had been asked to stop him and that the detectives were on their way to talk to him.
At that particular point, did you notice any change in his demeanor at all?
He didn't ask any questions, wasn't way shocked or surprised that he got stopped, and complied to the request that I asked of him.
At that point in time, did any other law enforcement become involved in contact with him?
Yes.
Who was it that you recall?
At the time, his rank was Lieutenant Ball and then Detective Hermosillo. And there were a few other officers. I don't necessarily know their names or who they were that were at the stop.
Now, asking you to recount for us, what was the first thing that you remember law enforcement telling him?
So,
Judge, I'm going to object.
Grounds
It's hearsay.
sustained.
Judge, may I argue that?
Go ahead.
It's not offered to prove the truth, Your Honor. It's just the effect on listener, which would have been Chad.
Well, but the point you brought up in the question, what was the first thing you remember law enforcement telling him? So I think it's just directly calling for hearsay. So it is sustained.
Was there some interaction?
yes,
Once that interaction occurred, were you ever instructed or did you ever take it upon yourself to arrest Chad?
I placed handcuffs on Chad.
And what did you do with him once handcuffs were placed upon him?
He was told that he was being detained right now, and he complied. I correctly put the handcuffs on, checked for proper tightness, double locked them, and then put him in my patrol vehicle.
During that interaction, are you aware, was he ever advised whether or not there'd been a find on the property?
Yes,
What was he advised?
that they had found JJ.
So in your vehicle, do you have camera system?
Yes,
Is there any camera system inside of the vehicle itself?
yes, we have 3 different cameras that are linked together. One is inside where we put our prisoners, and then one is the dash cam, and then the one we wear, which is our body cam.
The one inside where you put your prisoners, what do you refer to that as?
The in-car camera.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe by stipulation, we have 2 proposed exhibits. One states 300A, the second is 300B. Well, first, just to offer to the court, they are a copy of the in-car patrol cam for this day for this officer, and then also the dash cam. I believe we have stipulation to their admission.
All right, on 300A, it's been offered. Is there stipulation from the defense?
Judge, there is for 300A and 300B, and as counsel correctly pointed out, one is the dash cam inside the vehicle. The other one is a camera that recording the same incident outside the vehicle by another officer. And correct me if I'm
Agreed.
so. Both of those by agreement, Judge, are being admitted or proposed admission.
All right, Exhibit 300A and Exhibit 300B are both admitted.
Your Honor, with that, may I have permission to begin to publish 300A?
You may.
Thank you. And Your Honor, while I'm preparing this, I would just further want to note for the record, we likewise have a stipulation. These videos are each an hour and 50 minutes. I only intend to play approximately 15 minutes. We have an agreement between counsel that the state can play what they wish to, and defense counsel can likewise play what they may wish to.
All right, if you do that, Mr. Wixom, if there is some identifying marker on there, either a timestamp on the video itself, so we can identify in the record precisely what portions were played, then please do that when you publish.
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have just a moment, please.
Let me fast forward this.
Right.
I prepared multiple. Is not pulling up the file. It was moments ago.
Will be the one that's published. We'll put it that way. So whatever you publish, that very drive needs to be the admitted exhibit.
Will do.
Break.
Judge, I'm optimistic that we can get this going. I just
Sure, we'll give you a minute here.
Guardedly optimistic, Jay.
Never trust them when they're optimistic. Oh, there it is. All right. You can kind of see it this time, folks. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's certainly better than it was.
hour and 3 minutes and 3 seconds approximately to begin publishing that.
So I take it
Okay,
the
and then
podium
when
is
you,
behind our
stop the video.
2 little logos there, yeah?
Yeah, you could barely see him between the other logo. You can kind of see a little tiny prosecutor, but yes, that's, or whoever it is, that's where it is.
So please just note on the record the timestamp of when it stopped also.
Will do, Judge.
Thank you.
Oh, Jay,
Before I play this, Detective Wheeler, you see on screen.
Yo.
Lori Hellis hit me up. She's obviously, you had her on. If you guys know, Lori's brilliant lawyer, lives out there, wrote a book. She's boots on the ground in there, and she's offered to give us some inside baseball deets as we're going along. So
awesome.
We can look forward to that.
The good Lori, folks. Yeah, I have an interview, folks. We did an interview with her. I'll share it in there. She's awesome. She's got all the information. So we got some boots on the ground. That's awesome. The good Lori helping us out.
Yep.
A video let's put in front of the jury.
Yes.
Can you just explain and confirm what that is?
That's my patrol vehicle with Chad Daybell sitting in the back section where we have our detainees.
And to confirm also, is this the day of June 9th, 2020?
Yes.
So this is all relative to the search that you've been testifying about already?
Yes.
Thank you.
You understand why I have to do that?
Yeah.
So you just stay here with them. Okay.
Hi. They said I could talk with you and I didn't want you to be alone.
Judge, I'm going to stop at 1 minute, 1 hour, 3 minutes and 17 seconds and ask a question. Detective Wheeler, are you aware of who is the person that has just approached Mr. Daybell in the vehicle?
His daughter, Emma.
Just real quick, yes, folks. I see some questions here. Who is my guest? I love to hear that we have some new folks to the channel because it is Bob Motta from the Defense Diaries, folks. I just shared the link. Bob and Allie have an amazing YouTube podcast. So again, if you're on my channel, first of all, make sure you're subscribed to the podcast and the YouTube. I just shared their links.
And vice versa to all our subs. And I'm not a guest. We're actually dual streaming.
Yeah, that's true. We're dual streaming. We're on both. We're on both my channel and Defense Diaries. So check them out. Subscribe, like it, share it.
Brothers in arms. Brothers.
Exactly.
In arms.
Get it out there, folks. You're not. We don't like to brag, but we think we have some pretty good coverage. So
I mean, we think we're pretty awesome.
Glad you came over.
I thought they had taken you downtown already.
I got about to the Fremont County line.
I saw it as soon as you left.
Again, stopping at 1 hour, 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Dad, I saw your head from
Wheeler,
3
can you
blocks
just
away
explain
in
to
the
the
squad
jury,
car.
The positioning of your patrol vehicle relative to the Daybell property and vantage points that could be seen from where Mr. Daybell is sitting as he sits now.
Speaking to the mic, dude.
So
Yeah,
we're
dude,
parked
stop using
on
the mic. What the
south
fuck?
side of the residence. I believe the road is 200 north. So we're just south of the residence and facing west. And so if he were to look right outside of that open door, he would be looking at his house.
And from his sitting position, would he have a vantage point to see the pond area on his property or the fire pit area on his property?
From that position, he would just have to look over to his right shoulder and out that door, kind of towards the back of the vehicle.
What would he be able to see if he did that?
He'd be able to see the fire pit area for sure.
And to be clear, whose remains were found in the fire pit?
That was Tylee.
I'm going to go ahead and play this continuously for a while, Your Honor.
Chased you down and then they came back.
Ron,
Ron?
just concerning the car, I know they,
Yes.
okay.
What's that?
Oh, just about the car.
Oh, we'll take care of the car. We're gonna take it.
Is she able
and then
to
we'll-
get it?
Yeah, you can get that. We may have to go through the car, you're rested in it,
Right.
the things we gotta do, but then she can
She can have her bananas and her,
I gave him
her
food.
we'll try to get a car before it's spoiled. How's that?
You can eat it.
So Eric, or Ron, so like my wallet, will that be able for her to pick up or could I turn that over to her right now?
Is that in the car, is that here?
It's right here.
That's it's up to you. I don't see, can I look through it? Just make
Sure.
They're going to get Mark.
Lisa?
No,
Oh.
Is there anything that you're gonna need in that?
Well, she'll be running my finances, I suppose, so. That has a little money on it. You could,
Okay, just, so these are credit cards, so you're good if she just takes them,
yeah.
correct?
Um, in the middle drawer on the left side in Mark's room, there's about $90,000 in 2 white envelopes.
Okay.
So get that. Yeah, so we'll talk more about car payments and stuff, but you have that password.
I do.
I believe the Hawaiian,
That's this one.
First Hawaiian Bank, if you use that same password for this account, it's Chad Daybell. What else is in here? The producer there. This has nothing on it. It's like $6. That has to go away. So this, okay, in that same drawer, you can grab it, is a piece of this that would fit in here, and it's got a company card, company business card. And so just make sure you get that.
And this is all in Mark's room.
Yeah, I put that in there. There's like a pamphlet with a guy who's sitting in a car. It's for the Wells Fargo auto loan.
That's the loan that the Equinox.
Yeah, and so that we'll talk about. So
Oh, there's Lisa Statman. Great to see you, Lisa. Yes, folks, just about a half hour. If you're coming in late, we are going to be switching to Hannah Gutierrez's sentencing. So, and I think Lisa will be in the chat with us. So we will switch over to that when it goes on.
this
What's
has,
up, Lisa? Good to see you.
if you go to Telmate, this is the card that's
Hi, buddy.
Okay.
and so all you really do, you could probably just sign in as Chad.Daybell or start your own.
I have an account that I've been talking with Lori on.
Okay. But you could use this
To
card,
add money.
yeah, and to her if needed.
Okay.
So, yeah, she'll need to still have commissary money. Usually puts 30 a week in there. So, and you can probably talk to her too.
Okay.
And try and,
I love you so much.
cooperate with them as much as you feel. I mean,
I'm stopping at 10758, Your Honor. Detective, based on your knowledge, at this point that day in the search, had law enforcement asked for any cooperation from Emma?
I can't testify to that because I don't know the extent of that.
Fair enough. Then narrowing it just to you, had you asked her to do anything or asked for any kind of cooperation from her?
No.
Thank you.
They've been kind to us today. I texted John Pryor, so he has my number. He said thank you.
okay. And a lot of the company stuff that pays for the house should just auto pay still out of that company account. You know, I left 5,000 in there.
Okay.
If you need something, come find me.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions you have?
I think. Well, it sounds like you're not gonna be out in a little
Right.
while. So I think my landlord texted me just to feel bad for me. I think I'm gonna come over here.
That's what I needed you to say, because, yeah, you and Joe,
Stopping at 10904, Detective Wheeler, I just want to reiterate, we just heard that comment about he's not likely going to be out. At that point in time, you had not formally put him under arrest, is that right?
Aside from placing him in handcuffs and detaining him, no.
But you didn't advise him of potential charges or anything like that at that point?
No.
He's in custody,
And as
though.
far as you know, had any other law enforcement advised him of any specific charges that he may be facing?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
And whatever Mark wants to do, he should stay with either you.
Take care of Mark. I'll take care of me. That's the card. I will, Dad. And they'll take care of me. We'll take care of you the best we can. Sorry to interrupt.
So keep paying the mortgage out of the company.
Okay.
No, you can probably set it up though.
Boy, Chad doesn't think he's getting out of custody anytime soon, does he, Jay?
No.
No.
It's
He's in
Wells
it for the long
Fargo.
haul.
In that same pamphlet.
When he stared at that tree, he knew.
I
then
guess he
he'll-
is a prophet after all, Jay.
I've had a lot of success with mom stuff, just saying, will you help me? My mom died. I'm pretty sure, will you help me? My dad's in jail. That's the same.
It should be paid through July 1st.
Okay.
And I think the car is paid through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in the baby room is Lori's and mine. The suitcases you'll see in the box. Just put it in the garage, I guess, after.
Store it. See what happens.
You guys can, yeah, you take that mattress from upstairs, I guess, do what you want, put the books back on the shelf. We're gonna make it through. I'm glad we could talk. I'm glad they let you come over.
I started crying and we couldn't know what do you want to talk to him? And like, Hannah, he said he's just over there. It's like, oh, that changes things. So you probably saw us out there.
Yeah, I was watching. So, hopefully things will slow down for you guys and get left alone. And, but yeah, they'll let you move out of there. You just get over here. You know, get guard.
Well, I
It still feels better.
would be moving too. That's what the spirit was telling me, but I didn't know how it. I felt like I needed to learn more, and now I get it.
So yeah, this is essentially the house, and we'll talk to John Pryor about the financial arrangement, but you should be fine for a while.
I think long enough to get on our feet.
I have a lot in that account with the other attorney, so that will take care of me for a while. And maybe we just do a refinance on the house or a home equity loan.
Does it?
I don't think it's gonna break us. I think that might be an option there. I might need to authorize putting you on the mortgage.
Account with you. And just probably leave Joe off it.
Yeah. Yeah, keep me on it with you. And
Do you have accounts like that when you're in jail?
I don't know.
I guess this is the part you get to, that there's someone else's responsibility.
Well, technically Spring Creek Book Company's office, so you can, we'll manage it that way. We'll find a way.
And you have you can send things through Amazon to the jail?
Yeah.
So like, I couldn't send you a package, but Amazon, if I ordered it through there, it could get to you.
Yeah.
I'll only do that as you ask for stuff.
Lori would know the Amazon account.
I'll talk to her.
Yeah. Because I have like $265 or so in there as gift certificates. So don't pay.
Yeah, I won't.
We'll get it figured out. It's like Cholo 1105. James loves Elena at iCloud.com, I believe is the password. I don't know what they're gonna do with the computers. You could probably, it wasn't part of the search warrant.
Are they, do you know, are they leaving the computers?
Well, they were in my bag. They were in the car.
With him?
They'll probably hold on to those and try to get it out.
Okay, but things that are currently in the house will likely be left.
I don't know what they're gonna take out.
Okay.
Bob, you just got a $20 super chat from Jenna, and I love when when it's an emoji, so the program reads it. Hippo character flips around and does a V sign with his hand while the word victory appears in the background.
Yeah, my side chat like on Restream is still
delayed.
Yeah, I'm at 1047 and it's 1102, so I'm like having to watch it on
YouTube.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't know why it's delayed like that. Thank you so much, Jen. We really, really appreciate that support. So much. And on top of that, you're an amazing mod.
It'll be left. Okay.
So huge hugs all around.
I talked to them and told them the bedrooms and to not mess it up. And they didn't seem like they were gonna luminol at all.
Okay.
But yeah, get Garth and Beth moved. And you guys come over here. It'll work out. It's all in the Lord's hands. We'll talk. Use that cellmate. I don't know if I'm Madison or Fremont. I think they're deciding that right now. But
That's what it sounded like. Detective Ball wouldn't, or Lieutenant Ball wouldn't say because he didn't know.
I'm sure Fremont has a cellmate system.
Jay,
Yo.
what do you think? What do you think, in your estimation, as a layperson? What if you're on the jury? What do you think this call is achieving for the state?
I was going to ask you. I mean, the one thing that people are pointing out, which I think, it really shines through, is he is not he's just so calm and figuring it out. All right, well, maybe we'll sell the house, or not sell the house. I think he says we'll remortgage it. Very much consciousness of guilt, I guess, but very much
But is that consciousness of guilt? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's it kind of has the opposite effect. I mean, maybe kind of the little point that I brought up, that he's just anticipating he's going to be in for a while, meaning that she's got to pay the mortgage. That's obviously, and it's important to note that at this point he's in custody, but has not been placed under arrest. So he's obviously jumping to, conclusions in terms of, I'm not going anywhere soon. So maybe that can be argued that that's consciousness of guilt, because, the argument would be from the state side. Well, if he didn't do anything, if he doesn't know that we have things that we're going to find at the house, namely the kids and their remains, then why is he contemplating that he's going to be in custody for an extended period of time? So, I mean, his demeanor is very.
I mean, don't you think he would be like, "Oh my God, what the fuck? You are not going to believe this shit." They are finding, there's no, he's just kind of reserved,
right? Like how a normal person would be,
right?
If they storm my house right now,
you are not going to believe they just came in our backyard and started digging. I can't believe, why would they be here digging in our backyard? What is going
Oh yeah, they'd be thumping me with batons and shit. I'd be like, I forget all my rights. Get the fuck out of my house. What are you? All that shit. They'd be like, oh, I'd be in the hospital from my big mouth. So yeah, his demeanor is definitely strange. It doesn't fit. Especially because we know what they discover.
Right.
I mean, it's we happen to know, whereas a jury won't necessarily know.
Right.
But obviously with Hermosillo talking about they already know that the bodies have been discovered. So they have that in place, the jurors at this point, knowing that they're hearing this discussion while the search is taking place. So it's interesting, though. It's interesting.
I got to thank so much Lisa starting with $20, and Jen came in here too with $20. Jen and Lisa, thank you so much.
Love it. Love it.
Oh, yeah, Bob. Babe is in the chat, and she had a great line. We were watching that. Remember, I gave you that preview of that body cam for our members up, and someone said, and the guy was he was like, you can't arrest me, because this lady basically just arrests him and he does nothing wrong.
Right.
And someone was like, oh man, he's amped up. And Babe said this in the chat, and I said Bob would have loved this if he was there. He's amped up on the Constitution, is what she said. I'm like, Bob would have loved that.
Shans knows. Shans knows. She knows what's up.
I went in to get fingerprinted to teach. I was like in there, like in the jail. I was like in my like teacher clothes. This little recent grad. I don't know what they do.
Todd says Hannah sentencing is
Sorry,
there's movement.
You're gonna be talking, but you just
All right, let me see.
We're okay, Dad.
well,
We're okay. You raised us that we're independent now with your wallet.
glad you got that.
We're not Colby.
Right. But yeah, get that money out of there. Probably just put it in your own personal account. Rather than have the cash laying around. So you need some.
I think they've been okay. Talking with her. I might
Nothing
not
yet. I got the
tell
feed up,
about it
folks. Don't
either.
worry. I will switch over once it
About the
goes
money?
live.
I have an account that's just in my name. I'm just gonna put it in there. Wait,
Well, Garth knows about that money.
Garth doesn't spend this frivolously, so
The checkbooks are in that drawer too, if needed, but you shouldn't need them. If at some point you feel you need to clear out the Hawaii account or something, you can check my email. I check that computer, but my email, that Rexburg password is pretty much
is that
everything
okay?
for the bank or my email. Cholo 1105, but I think I switched to all of those. Yeah, I talked to Lori just for like 2 minutes. So she's aware they were searching.
Was she surprised?
She seemed bothered or disturbed. I mean, yeah, but so yeah, I'll be fine.
I don't know what they told you because I asked Lieutenant Ball, where did you find the human remains? That's what they told me, is that they found human remains. And I said, well, there are several dogs that have been buried there. And he said, respectfully, I can tell the difference of human remains. And I asked, where was it? And he said, over by the pond under that tree, that it was in the ground and had boards over it.
Okay.
But that didn't. Jason and I have walked all over there.
Yeah.
That, and I can see in your face that surprised you, because they asked, "Do you want to know what he's charged for?" And then they went, "Well, actually, we don't have it." They said, "We don't want to tell you something wrong."
How they're gonna.
And so he told me that what they're looking at is that they found one body with the probable cause. There's likely two. So I asked, are you gonna search the property forever until it's found? And he said, well, no, but we're going to look. And he said, because I said, what about, this is the home for my siblings and there's a baby. And he said, if you're not able to get back in tonight, we'll hook them up with a hotel. I said, you're not in trouble.
I think they'll let him back.
I
There's nothing in
But
the
your
house.
dad, he's in deep, deep shit.
Stopping at 1 hour, 19 minutes and 17 seconds. Detective Wheeler, at that point, to the best that you can recall, was any of the search focused inside of the house?
Not that I can recall.
So the focus, as based on your memory, was all outside of the house.
Correct.
Focused on the house at all.
We've kind of been looking in it in the yard.
Yeah, I mean, Mark gets back, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I think we're okay coming over. We just have to have law enforcement escort us onto the scene and
We'll make it through.
Mark deals with trauma weird that he just acts vaguely unimpressed. So I called him and said, Dad got arrested, and he said, well, I guess I should come home. Yeah, Mark, you should.
Yeah.
Wow, Laura Smart with the atomic bomb, Jay.
Thank you, Laura. Very kind.
Yeah.
We
I don't
appreciate
want
you
to.
guys. Thank
Joe is home.
Big time.
He's home and he has
We
Jake.
love y'all.
Garth and Seth went in Garth's car to pick up Mark.
So if you can get
Another
that.
couple seconds.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just let Mark use the Equinox or however you rearrange the cars.
Oh, the good old Chevy Equinox. Chad, could you move your head over just a couple of feet? I'm trying to see through the windshield of the squad car here, my friend.
Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me speak with him.
Yes. Just when that cellmate, once I'm available to talk, we can talk. So, thank you. Love you.
Now, stopping at 121:16, for the record, I'm going to advance to 121:39.
Thank God he cut out that 20 seconds for us, Jay.
121:36.
By the way, the awesome thing is I could see how to, because we're a little behind. They're about to go on their court break, and we're going to be good timing. We'll be able to go to Hannah's sentencing.
Clean living.
Detective Wheeler, I just invite you to watch.
Just like when we got the verdict.
That's right.
Chad does, and I'm going to stop and let you explain any significance to that. Stopping at 121:47. Detective, what direction is Mr. Daybell looking when he just turned his head and looked back?
It appears to me he's looking over to the fire pit area.
Oh,
And
that's
as
the
a
moment
fact,
when he's
Riley's
turning
remains were
around.
found.
Yes,
I didn't
And
realize
you were present when her remains were found. Is that correct?
I was.
Can you just briefly describe what your observations were when you were involved in that process?
So I had been tasked with helping carefully excavate around the remains. The odor was horrible. The decay had set in. We were trying to get pieces of flesh and bones as much kept together as possible until we were able to get most of it out and laid out and packaged.
Thank you. And to be clear for the jury, before you became involved in the actual search and helped find Kylie, what did you do with Chad in the back of your patrol car?
So shortly after that, we were asked to transport him to the Fremont County Jail. So Detective Schmidt and I transported him to that facility.
So then what did you do after you transported him back to the jail?
I was asked to come back to the scene, and that's where I was informed that they'd also found an area where
I'm going to object at this point. That's calls for hearsay.
It sounds like there wasn't foundation for that, so I'll sustain that.
So when you returned, what did you do specifically?
I assisted in searching the area of the fire pit.
And were you the lead investigator at that point?
No.
Was there a lead investigator?
Yes.
And were you following directions from whomever that was?
Yes.
As you recall, who was that person?
It would have been either Lieutenant Ball or Detective Hermosillo, but I can't say for sure.
There's no doubt you were a subordinate. Is that fair?
No doubt.
I think the last question, about how long were you back at the property in this process of recovering Tylee's remains?
I had returned back to the property at approximately 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon after I dropped Chad off. And we were there the rest of that day and into the next day, the 10th.
Approximately how many hours the rest of that day were you there?
I had to estimate another 5 or 6. I also assisted in setting up light trailers and things for scene security overnight. Sorry, light trailers.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any further questions. I might ask as a courtesy to counsel if he wants me to leave my laptop and the exhibit in case he wants to play from it.
Judge, I can use my own laptop, and I've marked as exhibit number 63 on my list a copy of the outside video that Officer Wheeler was involved in. There's 2 videos that we stipulated to. Just as a precaution, Judge, and it's not that I don't trust Mr. Wixom's technology, but I'd ask Mr. Wixom to stipulate to the admission of my exhibit number 63, which I'll make a representation is the exact audio video of the outside of the stop of Mr. Daybell.
We do not object, Your Honor. We believe it will precisely mirror and should precisely mirror exhibit 300B from the state that you've already admitted.
Let me be really clear on that then. So we've already admitted 2 exhibits. I really don't want a duplicate exhibit. And it sounds like 300B would be the same as 63.
That's what I believe based on the representations of counsel, yes.
All right, counsel, if there's a way to use the same single exhibit, I would prefer that to avoid any confusion in the record.
Judge, for convenience, would Mr. Wixom permit me to use my video of 63 for demonstrative purposes with this witness?
Counsel, why don't you work that out? I think what we'll do is take a mid-morning recess before you begin cross, Mr. Pryor. And if you'll talk just for a moment, we've already admitted 300B. And so again, I'm just hesitant to have a duplicate video showing the same thing. I guess I'm not, maybe I could be convinced, but I think it's best practice to have one exhibit for one video.
Certainly.
So if your file works in his computer, perhaps he can just use his computer with the admitted court exhibit 300B.
It's fine with me, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll take a look at that on the break, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess.
Look at this. What?
Let's try to reconvene again in 30 minutes.
Your Honor, for the record, I wanted to turn in the exhibit that I just played because there was the issue with the other player, just so the court can keep track of what was just played.
Okay, yeah, that'll
All
be
right,
the
shut
one
up.
that will be the 300A.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, look at this. Perfect. We're going to share this tab instead.
Clean living, Jay.
Look at this. Perfect. But while we wait, I want to show you this, Bob, because I don't think you've seen it yet. Let me pull up this document. So if you guys don't know, I've been tweeting this stuff out, and I made a video about it, and it's pretty wild. But the first the defense made a motion for Hannah Gutierrez made a motion for a like conditional release, to which the state responded to. I'm just gonna find the documents because, man, you're not gonna believe what you see. Or maybe.
Oh, is this the thing you texted me yesterday?
Yeah,
I definitely read it, dude.
That was the state's response. But I want to share it with you guys. The first, I want to share with you the state, like, I guess these are potentially our witnesses that are going to be at this hearing. I don't know. Let me try to pull this up here. Play screen sharing. Hold on. I'll figure this out, folks. Give me 1 second. Let's try this. All right, this should show it. All right, so here we have the defendant Gutierrez reads sentencing memorandum and request for a conditional discharge. So they go into, they have these letters, Bob, and I'm sure you've probably done these things where you're submitting to the court why the sentencing should be not she could get 18 months, folks. That's the most she can get. Here days after this occurred, wanted to express her deep sadness, yada yada yada. But I want to show you guys the letters, and Bob, you tell me if this is first. So the first one is from her boyfriend. By the way, the hilarious thing about this document is Hannah, during the trial, if you guys don't know, Hannah Gutierrez DM'd me on Instagram. She was mad that her phone number was not redacted in one of my videos, which her attorneys didn't. They, again, in this document, all the documents have unredacted phone numbers, addresses. It's wild. But anyway, so here
doxing.
Is it off the screen now? Did it go off the screen? Can you not see it? What happened?
What? I can see the document.
Oh, you can? I can't see it online. All right. All right. So you can see, hello, my name is Sean. You can see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hello, my name is Sean, and I am Hannah Gutierrez's boyfriend. I've known Hannah since we were kids, and she was always a great, caring person, loved by everyone that truly knows her. She's always helping people and going out of her make sure people are okay. So this is a whole these statements are something.
She's very helpful, Jay. Just remember that.
Then there's this one which I can't even read. I want to show you the last one. There's this one which it's interesting, but I want to get to the state's response because the stuff that she was doing is more even crazy than this stuff. So I just want to get to this last one, which I think is hilarious. Hold on, guys. Let me get to the bottom here. Here, this is the best one. You see this, Bob? To the court system. Hannah is good and pure. I can't believe
pure.
She is in jail. Her composure and strength during this, I'll never forget. You got the wrong person in custody. That's all I have to say. He Forrest Gumped it. That's all I have to say about that.
That's all I have to say about that.
Mean,
Raymond Graffio.
Would you submit a letter like this, Bob, in a thing to how does this help her? Is this
I probably would have edited that one out. I would have called old Ray up and say, "Hey Ray, this is a real piece of shit. This letter you wrote for Hannah here, man. I'm not feeling the passion, my friend. Not feeling the passion.
All right,
got the wrong person in custody there, Judge.
Can you see the screen on your screen? This is wild. I can't see it on mine. Can you see?
Oh, yeah, I can see
the courtroom,
a door.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so I feel like it messed up my program when I shared that document, but it's okay as long as you guys can see it. Let me get the state's response because the stuff that they say that she was.
Oh, let's
hold on. Let's close this out. By the way, thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate it.
We love you guys so much. We really do. We really, really do. And believe it or not, Chad's giant head also appreciates you being here.
Where the hell is
it's like I wish we wouldn't get copyright clips because we could play that all the fantastic So I Married an Axe Murderer clips about his giant his giant head. So good.
All right, now I got here we go. I got the state's response while we wait here. You can see that, Bob, on your end? You guys can see that?
Sir.
By the way, I see a lot of gifts giving out. Thank you so much on both channels for all the super chats. Sorry, I'm not.
We love you guys.
I just don't want to miss anything here. So here is the state's response. The state also responds to a conditional discharge due to Ms. Gutierrez's complete and total failure to accept responsibilities for her actions as demonstrated by the summaries below of her call since incarceration. So another person who doesn't realize or care that their freaking jail calls are recorded. She goes as far as to blame the set medic, the paramedics who attempted to save Miss Hutchins, and even blames the child actor on set for picking up a gun. Moreover, there are references to Miss Gutierrez being in possession of alcohol during the time the trial was taking place and continuing to consume alcohol contrary to her conditions of release while on pretrial release with her boyfriend. This is something, folks. This is something. Listen to this. Stunningly, Miss Gutierrez requested during jail calls that her legal team request that Miss Hutchins' husband and son be contacted and asked to speak on her behalf at her sentencing. She continued to complain in her jail calls about the negative effects. Oh, never mind. Can we see that? Everyone see that? You can see that?
No, that's which is not well on restreaming it on
Well, I'll continue to read that while they bring this out. Oh, so that was for nothing. Okay. She continued to complain in her jail calls about the negative effect this incident had on her life and her modeling career, while never expressing genuine remorse at any time. She expressed a willingness to violate further court orders should she be subpoenaed for the Baldwin trial. Let me just make this lower. I don't know if you guys can hear me. She expressed a willingness to violate further court orders should she be subpoenaed for the Baldwin trial. She referred to the jurors as retards, idiots, and assholes, and suggested that her mother could confront undersigned counsel in the restroom because counsel uses the same restroom as the public. Finally, she requested that her employment history be misrepresented to undersigned counsel and the court, so it would appear as though she was working full-time prior to the trial. Listen to this last sentence of this page. Surprisingly, Ms. Gutierrez doesn't seem to mind being in jail, and at times appears to genuinely enjoy it. So, I mean, Bob, if a judge has those calls, is there any way she doesn't give her the full sentence? I mean, I felt bad at the end. If you watched me, when I felt bad because I was like, she's so young, and now I'm like, I'm such an idiot for feeling bad at her. She has no remorse. Like, what is the judge going to think? Like, what's your thought, Bob? Do you think she gets the full 18 months after seeing that? Or
I mean, like I've said, typically judges know what they're going to be sentencing going into the sentencing hearing. Typically, that's not to say that they can't be swayed by stuff like this. Like, I mean, we always put together, letters that are written on behalf of our clients, like leading into sentencing. And I don't know that it ever helps. As far as whether or not it's going to help the state. I mean, it's hard to know, man. I mean, she's fortunate that the jury's not in there giving the sentencing, because if they were the one sentencing her, she'd definitely get the 18 months. Be like, oh, retards. Yeah. I see how it goes with you, but like with the judge, I think that the fact of that there's no remorse. I mean, she's just tone deaf, man. Like, she just doesn't get it still.
Here she comes.
Worried about her modeling career. What does she model?
Yeah, good question.
Whoa, where's Shannon? I need Shannon on this lawyer's outfit right now. Shannon.
Hey.
Shannon, I need immediate analysis of this woman's attorney's outfit, Jay. Immediately.
She's packing, Bob. I don't know if you know this, she's leaving for Kansas tomorrow.
Well, she's gonna have to take a break. Shans, we need you for 5 minutes. I need an explanation of outfit.
I don't even know if she's here. Babe!
Allison, you have to come see this lawyer's outfit. It's something to behold. Babe, would you wear this in court?
Yes.
Is all I need to know.
She says she's working on it. I just heard her say she's working on it.
Good woman. Okay, but it's a different question as to whether or not you would wear this particular outfit in court. Allie said
thus far, no.
Oh, wait till you see it. It's a good one. I mean, she went all out on this one, Jay Bird.
Yeah. Well, she had a very during the trial, she had a lot of different
yeah, look.
Take the
tie?
Oh yeah.
Aw, that's
Yeah.
so cute, actually.
Oh, Allie's on board. Allie's on board.
Not for me, personally.
Well, then you're not on board.
No, I like it.
Allie likes it. It's a real wide tie.
It is.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, let her be her.
matter I'm calling is State of New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez, D101CR 2023-40. Parties state their name.
Carrie Morrissey and Jason Lewis on behalf of the State of New Mexico.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Bowles and Carmela Cisneros are here for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, who is also present.
All right, thank you. All right, this is a sentencing. Let's proceed.
Let's get the microphone on. Your Honor, I wasn't sure exactly what recommendation would be appropriate in this unprecedented case until last week when I completed the review of Ms. Gutierrez's jail calls. It was my sincere hope during this process that there would be some moment when Ms. Gutierrez took responsibility, expressed some level of remorse that was genuine, and that moment has never come.
Yes, she's right, man. She's right.
Ms. Gutierrez continues to refuse to accept responsibility for her role in the death of Helena Hutchins. Rather than accept responsibility, she has chosen to place blame on the witnesses who testified against her. Me, you, the jurors, the set medic, and the paramedics who tried to save Ms. Hutchins' life. Her jail calls, and there were probably close to 200 of them, tell us who Ms. Gutierrez really is. And in the state's opinion, the content and tone of her calls demonstrates that Ms. Gutierrez should not receive any type of a reduced sentence. Helena Hutchins died due to a cascade of safety violations that began with Ms. Gutierrez introducing live rounds to the movie set, loading one into a prop gun, telling the members of the crew that it was a cold gun, thereby ensuring that it would make its way into the hands of Mr. Baldwin. That conduct, absent responsibility or remorse, is deserving of a sentence of 18 months in the Department of Corrections with a designation as a serious violent offender, and that is what the state will be requesting today. And those are the only arguments I intend to make in terms of sentencing. I would like to move into the presentation of the witnesses who would like to address the court on behalf of Ms. Hutchins and her family.
Thank you.
I would like to start with Craig Mizrahi. Mr. Mizrahi.
Your Honor, my name is Craig Mizrahi and I was Helena's agent. I was compelled to be present today.
Okay, is your mic on? Can you talk a little into the microphone?
More into the mic? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I was compelled to be present today to express the impact of the loss of Helena, who was a cherished friend, wife, mother, and artist, senselessly lost on October 21st, 2021. I was first introduced to Helena when a mutual friend sent me samples of her cinematography. I was pleasantly surprised to see how mature and refined it was, especially given the small budgets she was working with. I imagined what she could do if given the time and resources of a large film, and I instantly knew I wanted to work with her. What stood out for me was her passion, her intense preparation, her resourcefulness and creativity on set, and the kindness and generosity she showed to all those she worked with. In getting to know her husband, Matt, it was clear that he and their son, Andros, supported every career move she made and accepted the very difficult reality that she would have to travel for work very often. This rare combination of talent, work ethic, collaboration, and family support was what truly set her apart. In 2021, Helena's star continued to rise. Her name was mentioned around Hollywood as someone to watch, and just 2 weeks before she began on Rust, Helena got her first meeting on a big studio film. She came in a close second for that job, and instead of focusing on why it didn't go her way, she felt great confidence that she was finally playing with the big boys. When Rust came her way, she felt excited for the visual challenge that a Western would bring. She enjoyed meeting the director, Joel, and believed in his vision for the film, so we went for it. 2 days before she died, Helena called me. It was very late, but she wanted to say she just had dinner with Joel and Alec, and she was so happy to be working with them. She felt the film would be a great next step and was excited for what was to come in 2022. I agreed and said, "Sleep well, tomorrow's another big day." That was the last time I spoke to Helena. October 21st was a fateful day that would change the lives of so many. Most of all Andros, who at 9 years old, would have to somehow comprehend the terrifying reality of losing his mother in this way. In the time that's passed, while the pain persists, the circumstances surrounding the disaster force upon us so many questions, with one in particular above all: how could this have happened? It's my opinion that, generally speaking, film producers are responsible to ensure the cast and crew members hired are experienced enough to handle their jobs. And when it comes to hiring the armorer on a Western, I believe safety is the only job. So when the producers hired someone with virtually no experience to not only be the armorer, but also the assistant prop master, two very challenging positions in their own right, they made a crucial decision to put the safety of their cast and crew on the back burner. As for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, it's my opinion that she should not have held either position, much less both, but that once accepted, the responsibility should have been taken more seriously. Sadly, it wasn't, and we all know the result. Since that terrible day, I've spoken with hundreds of producers, film executives, and directors about how we can come together as an industry to make sets safer from gun violence. But the truth is that if Ms. Gutierrez-Reed and the producers of Rust simply followed the decades-old written guidelines for the film industry, specifically the use of firearms and ammunition, this tragedy would never have happened. In that sense, I hope we can all agree that this was not a simple accident. It was a chain of events that led to the killing of someone, and that chain would have been broken if the armorer was doing the job she was hired to do. I often think about what Helena's future would have been, and it makes me smile. I can assure you it would have been bright, filled with spending time with Andros and watching him grow up. She would have been able to help her support her family in Ukraine, especially when they needed her most through the horror of war. She would have traveled the world shooting beautiful images and eventually becoming the director that would change hearts and minds with her poignant and purposeful storytelling. In the end, she'd likely finish her career as she started, at the American Film Institute, giving back to the next generation of filmmakers. Sadly, we'll never know because Helena's life was taken away from us much too soon. So today we stand determined to seek justice for Helena, to hold accountable those responsible for her death, and to ensure that such a tragedy never occurs again. I want to thank Ms. Morrissey and her team for having me here today, and thank you, Your Honor, for your service in the case.
Thank you.
Good job.
Emilia Mendieta.
Your Honor, my name is Emilia Mendieta. I was one of Helena's best friends and one of her colleagues and a classmate of hers at the American Film Institute Conservatory. Helena and I met on August 2013 in the registration line on our first day at the American Film Institute Conservatory. I was quietly suffering through a small bout of imposter syndrome and desperately trying to hide my nerves about officially starting the cinematography program. I don't think I was hiding them very well because this joyful, energetic woman bounced right over to me and invited me out to lunch. We then piled into a RAV4, already chock full of film gels and diffusion that almost hid the baby seat in the back from view, and off we went. After a quick burrito and some pastries, we headed back to campus for our first orientation sessions. We were friends ever since. But that was Helena, a joyful soul who could just as easily strike up a friendship as she could capture a beautiful image. Even while at AFI, Helena stood out as an exceptional artist and cinematographer. She was creative and ambitious, and quickly became well known for her skills and insistent pursuit of excellence. The first time I got to work with her was on her second film on her first year. I was on her camera team. Her love and passion for lighting was evident, and you could tell that she was masterful in her approach even then. I'm pretty sure she used every single light on the grip and lighting truck, but she used them well. It's also the film where I broke a blue streak filter that she had borrowed from one of her classmates as I was rushing to get it to her. As I showed her the filter shards, apologizing profusely because I felt I had ruined her project, I could see she was disappointed, not at me, but at the fact that she would have to rethink her meticulously planned creative approach. A feat she accomplished as she went along with the rest of the day. As I was profusely apologizing yet again, she pulled me into a big hug and said, "Emmy, it's just a filter. They break. Friendships don't break over a filter." Despite the great filter incident of the first year, we went on to collaborate on most projects at AFI and beyond. At first, we crewed for each other on our first year films, our visual essays, and our first feature films. After that, as our careers grew, we leaned on each other for emotional and technical support. She even stepped in front of the camera for a music video I shot and directed, despite her aversion to being on that end of the lens, like most cinematographers. "But only for you, Emmy, and only this once," she quipped, as she stared down my gaffer sweating on the sidelines with a stare that read, "I know where that light should go, and you better not put it where it should be." I loved being on her sets or just talking with her about what she was going to do, because she was always trying something new, something innovative. She was luminous and endlessly curious. Helena would research how she wanted to accomplish something and make it happen. She had this uncanny ability to balance her career ambitions, her family life, and still lead a thriving social life. I admired and still admire that. I have no idea how she did it. I've always held her in high esteem as a classmate and colleague, but to me she was first and foremost one of my closest friends in grad school and beyond. We were able to confide and trust in each other as we navigated the challenges of being women in cinematography. That extended to confiding in each other about navigating our personal and professional lives in the film industry at large. One of the beautiful things about our friendship is that we could just as easily wax poetic about the goat cheese salad at the cute brunch spot we had trekked out to over in Venice Beach, or the chromatic aberrations of the lenses we had used on one of our last projects that you really, had given the story some character. But really what I remember her most for was her adventures and generous spirit. As our lives and careers grew and we got busier, we'd try to meet up for a meal every month or so. It was often lunch, followed by a brisk walk, and usually ending with a coffee and pastry. She had a big sweet tooth. Whenever we would sit down to eat, she'd always look at the dessert menu first. She favored pastries with chocolate, but she liked cookies too. I make decorated sugar cookies for my friends on Christmas, dropping them off the second week of December. Every year without fail, not even an hour after I would drop off hers at her house, she'd text me pictures of the empty cookie bag, followed by some of her and her son happily eating them all in one sitting. Sometimes her son would come along with us on our outings, bouncing with energy. Her spirit mirrored in him. Her little man, she would call him. Her husband and her son were her boys, and she often spoke of them lovingly. Helena was proud of being a mom, and often spoke about how the experience changed her life, sometimes even egging me on to have kids whenever I did find a partner. And motherhood was important to her, but I think people were important to her, and she prioritized them. A lesson I've taken to heart since her passing, and a balance that most of us in the industry struggle to achieve on a daily basis sometimes. Helena was also a social butterfly, the quintessential extrovert that had a knack for somehow going to every single event she was invited to, and being bright and bubbly and charismatic. Most of her friends were introverts though, myself included. We'd like to joke that she had collected a small gaggle of us along the way and made sure we showed up to these events too. She would call you up whenever to talk to you about going to some event, and one that my own little introverted heart maybe would have not dared gone otherwise. And she would make sure you weren't left alone. She made a point to take care of us and include us. I appreciate that. It was, still is, so hard to come out of my shell, and she made things easier socially. Now whenever I go to an event and I'm doubting whether I should go, I ask myself, what would Helena do? The answer is usually go. Late in the summer of 2021, I got a call from her. I was prepping for my third feature film that I was starting filming in a week away, and I hadn't heard from her much since I knew she had been on a different project in Canada for most of the summer. I'm at LAX, she said happily. Do you have any suggestions of where I can have good food in Santa Fe? She knew I had family in New Mexico at the time and had spoken lovingly about New Mexican cuisine before. What are you doing in New Mexico? I asked, pouring out a small list of recommendations. I'm shooting a Western. She sounded really excited. It had been a dream for both of us to shoot genre films. It's so hard to land a genre job sometimes, and she has a soft spot for both Westerns and hard sci-fi. I was really excited for her too, and reveled at her good fortune on the phone. It has horses and gunfights, and we're shooting out in the desert. It's a huge stepping stone for me. It's going to be so much fun, she said, excitedly. And she felt it, that it could be the project that could actually help her career propel forward. Little did we know that it would be the project that killed her. I often think about that moment, her excitement, her joy at embarking at this new adventure. I think about how hard she worked to get there, to get that opportunity. It kills me a little inside. The last time we spoke was the day before Russ started shooting. I called her because a friend of mine gifted me 4 tickets to Disneyland that would expire by the end of the year. And I thought it would be a really nice gesture to invite Helena and her boys to the park for the day. She seemed excited about going to the park. She hadn't been in a while and felt it could be a good break after the shoot. She mentioned pre-production had been a bit hectic and stressful, but nothing that seemed out of the ordinary in the independent film world. I've since begun to question what is and isn't normal, and what should be happening and shouldn't. But I was fresh off my own low-budget feature experience and had a bit of the blues regarding some of my own challenges with that shoot. I confided my doubts in my career with her, my insecurities at the moment. Just another bout of imposter syndrome. She got called to a last-minute meeting. She had to go. Emmy, you're so young and so talented. I have no doubt that you'll make it in this industry. I believe in you. I believe you're an amazing cinematographer in person. Please remember that. Gotta go. We'll talk soon. Love you. Those were the last 4 words she ever said to me. I believe in you. Those 4 words will forever echo in my soul. They're a bright light in the darkness of this whole situation. They keep me going when times get tough, and times have been tough. I was working at a news station in Sacramento, California on October 21st, 2021. But I heard the news through the grapevine. One of my mentors called me to tell me something had happened on a set in New Mexico. They wanted to know if I'd spoken to Helena. I'd not. I was able to get in contact with her husband, who confirmed the worst. I confirmed the news to another one of our mentors. I heard his heart break over the phone, too. I sat alone in the darkness of my apartment for hours, sobbing uncontrollably. My wonderful, generous, adventurous friend was gone. Killed on a set because a live bullet that was in a prop gun. It dawned on me. Someone didn't do their job right. A lot of someones didn't do their job right. I'm also a director of photography. I trained at the same school, graduated the same year, got the same degree. We belong to the same organizations, went to the same networking events, pursue the art of visual storytelling with the same passion. I've been on sets with guns. I've been on sets where blanks were fired at my camera. I know what an armorer's job is. I know the safety procedures that must be followed. And as more and more details of the case came out, it boggled my mind how many of these procedures had been either blatantly disregarded or not followed at all. Helena's death is the result of a massive system failure, where many links of the chain were loose or faulty, and they all failed her, all of them. But it all boils down to a very simple question. Why was there a live bullet on set? A live bullet should never have made this way onto the set, let alone the gun. Full stop. And that is where Hannah Gutierrez Reed, as the armorer on Rust, failed Helena. It was her job to check the guns, check the bullets, and make sure that the set was safe. Even 2.5 years later, her absence still catches me by surprise. Every time I go to a networking event, I still glance at the door, expecting Helena to walk in, her platinum blonde pixie cut perfectly coiffed, leather cuffs on her wrist, naturally cool with her signature adventurous glint in her eye. At her funeral, I saw the house she never spent a single night in, the one she had bought just before coming to New Mexico. I almost called her after watching Dune Part 2 to see what she thought of it, and remembered that she died before she was even able to watch Part 1. I wanted to tell her about the amazing experience I had on set a month and a half ago, about how much I had gelled with the director and the producer and was proud of the work I'd done. I haven't been able to bring myself to make Christmas cookies in the past 2 years. The thought of not seeing her weighing heavily on me. What's left of the film gels that were in the back of the car that first day we met are now in my living room. The last vestiges of her that I was able to salvage. Her 45th birthday was last week. I went to her grave instead of having dinner and celebrating with her. And while I feel her absence personally, the industry at large feels her loss deeply. I lost one of my best friends, but the industry lost a true visionary. We were robbed of all the images she had the ability to create, all the films she didn't shoot. Her son will grow up without his mother, her family continuing on without her. I know we can never get her back, but what I want is change and justice. I want those that had a hand in her death, either through action or inaction, to face the consequences of those decisions. This includes Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. I asked the court to give her a sentence commensurate and fair to her actions in the role of the death of my dear friend Helena Hutchins. Holding Ms. Gutierrez-Reed accountable will reverberate beyond just the sentencing. It reminds everyone in this industry that actions taken to compromise the safety of our workplace, even if unintentionally, have serious consequences. There are people that leave an indelible mark on your soul, an imprint that can never be erased. And the memory of her wit, her kindness, and her unwavering belief in me are permanently etched into mine. She always had my back, and I promised her that I would always continue to have hers. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to switch to the Google Meet speakers. And if I can approach, because I can't see from my computer exactly who we have on.
Just so on.
You're on. Once they start talking.
Yeah, you can just tell them to Joel and
Okay.
Yeah, they could hear you.
Okay, great. Let's begin with Anek Rabini.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Madam. Okay, great. My name is Anak Rabinal, and I thank the court for this opportunity to speak about the impact of Helena's killing on me. I know I'm supposed to address the court today, but in writing this, it felt more appropriate to address my friend, colleague, creative partner, and playmate, since we never had the chance to say goodbye. Oh woman, where do I even start? I'm having a flashback to helping you write your AFI application. At least then you were there to talk it out and have a little bicker, as was our typical dynamic. Instead, it's just me alone, staring at a blank page, listening to silence. Why don't we start with the hard stuff first? The stuff that's been pinging around in my head for the last couple of years. They say that death comes in threes. Within the space of a month in the fall of 2021, you were the third death of someone who had been fundamental in shaping my adult understanding of myself and the world. As if you need me to come at you with more Hamlet in the afterlife. But it truly was, when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. As I processed the reality of the news that had reached me, there were three thoughts that kept coming up. What a terrible, painful, scary way to die. Over and over again, I kept seeing you in my mind's eye suffering needlessly, feeling you fight a battle that you were going to lose. But then I kept thinking, what's going to happen to Andros? And then selfishly, how will we ever resolve our reconciliation? That August, when you remembered my birthday out of the blue, it was like maybe it's time to heal the 2.5-year rift that had silenced a bond that had, for the majority of its decade-long duration, consisted of communicating almost daily. But then that wasn't possible anymore. You were gone. There were so many wonderful things that would never happen again. indulging you in story time before bed during a shoot so that you could fall asleep on the phone while I drone on so you could dream of our brain baby. Who knew that was a weirdly us thing? Because you should see the faces of other DPs when I ask them if they need a nighttime tuck-in. There will be no more hanging out in your kitchen, trying not to eat too many squirrels before going on some kind of adventure. Because who knew what the bathroom situation would be whilst you teach me random words in Russian, and I'd watch you make cracked out Turkish coffee with orange peel as pre-game fuel. The two of us always plotting how we would get something epic done with very little money, sorting out our next tag team Thelma and Louise racket. Never again would I be your habitual +1 to some crazy inspirational thing where we'd be in full-on Lucy and Ethel mode, dead set on meeting the celebrity VIP who was in attendance. And usually we did, because really, who could resist our Wonder Twin charms? There will be no more fraught existential conversations about what we were doing with our lives and careers, or any more big dreams, ideas cooked up together to be kicked down the road for when we'd have the resources and enough clout to do them. You and me, none of our ideas ever liked a small budget. Thank goodness we managed 3 times with what we had to push out some of our kids into the world. Almost every day, my Facebook memories feed reminds me of some kind of trouble we were up to and some dream we were manifesting into reality. Daily, it reminds me of the 2 people who are gone, you and the person you inspired and expected me to be. As crazy making as you could be, because let's not gild a lily. Anyone who ever truly got to know you knew how stubborn, determined, and no holds barred you could get when you set your mind to something, and how diplomacy wasn't your way. Yet as crazy making as that could be, you would bring out the best of me. Even if that involved breaking some eggs, so to speak, and you'd bring out the best in every person you engaged with. Recent events have made me come to appreciate how with you, I didn't need a filter or to tone it down or to say it in a nice way. And the gift of being with someone who can accept the light and the dark in you is a rare, rare thing in this world. Even more rare is someone who is courageous enough to show up as authentically as you did. And here's the part that's easy, talking about what I admired in you, your courage and tenacity. I mean, you could spin your wheels in a neurotic frenzy, but when push came to shove, you would dig in, face your fears, and grab hold of your courage and go. The fact that you moved to a foreign country on your own as a young adult to pursue a dream is testament enough to your indomitable spirit, and it didn't stop there. You lived every single moment you had, and you never met a challenge you didn't give your best shot to. I admired your love of beauty and how you sought it out everywhere you looked. Maybe it came from having terrible eyesight when you were a kid, but you looked at the world with wonder and intensity. Your search for different ways of touching and feeling with your eyes, and your inability to settle if something wasn't the way it should be, was one of the commonalities that held us together, and truth be told, the bedrock of trust that got us through the rockier patches, because neither of us would let each other be less than our best. I admired your innocence of being. You approached everything with the ingenuity and insouciance of a child, and that takes guts in a world that continually tries to turn us into jaded, beaten down cynics. This is the short list of things that I loved and still love about you. With you gone, I find myself worrying about Andros, praying that he will have had enough of you and your vision to treasure the gift that was being born into this life with you as his mother. I still remember the day I visited you, him, and Nat after he was born, thinking, shit, he's one brave bitch doing this motherhood thing. While your death is what one might call meaningless, as in it was wholly unnecessary and preventable, I pray that it will echo through time to ensure that its circumstances will not be repeated anywhere else and with anyone else. I pray that it will serve as a rallying point for the systemic change needed in an industry that sees the human beings who put their lives in service of it as dispensable cogs in a machine to serve bottom lines and shareholder expectations. You always fought the good fight, and your death will count for something more than the sadness and regret that it's left in its wake. Every one of us whose lives you touched owe you that. When I started writing this, I went to look back for that very first picture of the two of us together, so that I could have something with you, something of you with me today. December 25th, 2011. It's funny to think in hindsight that we were the universe's Christmas present to each other. Our friends who introduced us were happy that we were both getting our starts in film and hoped it would be a good connection. Who knew that that Christmas would lead here? If only it had led to what we both dreamt together. Being fabulous older ladies at some glamorous parties after being awarded some big accolades and driving everyone around us crazy because we'd still be bickering and nitpicking on how we could have made the film better. I miss you, my friend. I'm sorry we won't be able to say the things that needed to be said, the apologies that needed to be exchanged. It's painful to know that we won't grow old together. All I can do now is promise you that I'll do my best to live up to being the person and artist you knew and wanted me to be, and to do my utmost to uphold your legacy. And now I thank the court for permitting me this time to share the impact of Helena's death on me, and to ask it to do what it should to bring justice to this situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Olia Oparina?
Thank you, Your Honor. Helena and I immigrated to the U.S. around the same time, bonding over our shared passion for film.
Gloria Allred?
From the moment we've met, she became more than a friend. She was my sister in every sense of the word. Helena was always there, celebrating our victories and offering unwavering support during our toughest moments as immigrants and young filmmakers. As a mother, a talented cinematographer, and a successful woman, Helena juggled numerous responsibilities, yet she always made time for her friends. Our daily hikes were not just about exercise. They were moments of solace and connection, where Helena's words of encouragement lifted my spirits without fail. Together as female filmmakers, we confronted the obstacles of our industry, finding strengths in each other's company. Helena poured her heart into every project, infusing it with generosity and kindness that left a lasting impact on everyone she worked with. Her presence on set was a beacon of light, spreading joy wherever she went. She often overlooked her own needs, prioritizing others above herself. When Helena passed away, I was consumed by grief, feeling the loss of not only my closest friend, but also my greatest source of inspiration. She represented hope for a brighter future in the film industry, where creativity and kindness could thrive. Losing her meant losing a part of myself and a cherished creative collaborator. Though she may no longer be with us, Helena's legacy lives on in the hearts of all who knew her. We are committed to honoring her memory by continuing to champion the values she held dear, ensuring that her impact on the world will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Metz? Okay.
And Jen White.
Okay, Jen White.
Okay.
It feels impossible to put into words the devastation that I've felt and will forever feel from the loss of my friend Helena Hutchins. because mere words could never hold all of who she was or what she meant to me. It is absolutely indescribable, but I will try anyway. 2.5 years have passed and I still look for her. I still expect to see her. I still wonder what adventure she's on and think about checking in. Then my heart drops through my feet. And I have to face the reality that I will never see her or hug her or hear her laugh ever again. I will never get to feel that glow that she bathed everyone around her in. And I will never get to be there to celebrate what would have undoubtedly been many, many. Helena was a force. She was complicated and talented and beautiful and caring and kind and funny and committed and charming and weird and fearless. She was all of my favorite adjectives. She inspired me, and I don't think she knew that because I never got to tell her. She was one of my favorite people in the world. I feel like she has gotten lost in the swarm of all of the finger pointing and blame in the aftermath of this completely preventable tragedy. The only way I have left to honor her is to do everything I can to make sure this never happens again and to try to make sure that the people responsible are held accountable. I've struggled to deal with this repeatedly being called an accident because it was not an accident. It was negligence and nothing else. Every single day there is gunplay on film sets carried out safely by qualified armorers. There are countless checks and balances to ensure safety for the cast and crew, and it seems every single one of them was ignored on this production. There were multiple failures by multiple people, that is certain, and the actions of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed were the catalyst for Helena's death. By bringing live ammunition to set, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed set off a chain of events that could only lead to someone being killed, which was ensured by her not properly checking the rounds, by her leaving guns and ammunition unattended, by allowing the assistant director to take the gun from her, and by allowing Helena to be in the path of that bullet in the first place. Multiple breaches in protocol committed by the defendant made this inevitable, and it was only a matter of time. There's one absolute truth here. If Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had properly done her job, Helena would still be alive, and Andros would still have his mother. Your Honor, I beg you to impose the maximum sentence. It will not be and could never be enough of a punishment for the willful negligence committed by the defendant. But she needs to be held accountable for taking Helena's life and for destroying so many others. It doesn't seem to me or anyone that I've spoken to that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed has ever demonstrated even the slightest bit of remorse for her actions, and instead chooses to throw blame at everyone but herself. If prison time is the only way she will face any responsibility for what she has done, it should be for as long as the law allows. Because the ripples of her negligence will never stop being felt by those of us who knew and loved her. Thank you.
Great job. That was great.
Thank you.
Joel Souza.
The other person was on, that Metz, Stephen Metz.
Oh, okay. Then let's go ahead and do Mr. Metz instead of Mr. Souza. We'll hear from Mr. Souza last.
Oh wow, Joel's gonna say something.
Hello, I'm Stephen Metz, and I did prepare a statement, so I'm just going to read the statement off and then maybe add a little bit. The death of Helena Hutchins has had a profound impact on me and my family. I was a very close friend of Helena and her family for many years. Our sons have been best friends since they were 4 years old. And Helena's husband, Matt, was one of my best friends. Helena and I would talk a lot about extreme sports. We spent time biking, riding, rock climbing with our kids when she was not out of town working, which was quite a bit. Matt and I would hang out and let our kids play. They played together all the time. During the pandemic, it was really nice because Helena was not working for a good part of it, and we were able to spend a lot of time together if you remember, during the pandemic, there were kind of these certain families that you could, we called them a pod, so you could, we kind of hung out with like just a very select and few families, and the Hutchins family was one of them. So we would hang out in person. We wouldn't, we didn't wear masks because they were considered, our really close friends. As far as the impact that I have seen so far, Matt was devastated when he lost the love of his life. I know how much he loved Helena. They were married for over 16 years, and they were a wonderful couple. The loss is devastating to everyone who knew them, because it turns out, after everything is said and done, we've not only lost Helena, but we've also lost Matt. And we've basically, Matt has been affected horribly by this, and he moved away. So basically, Matt died when Helena died, as far as we're concerned. Meaning he moved away. He was somebody that I hung out with more than once or twice a week on average. And so in Helena's passing and in the negligence that I believe occurred on that set, he didn't only kill or affect Helena, which I know it goes without saying, but it still should be said. You affected many other families and people around Helena. So anyway, the loss of Helena has had a ripple effect on our whole community. She was a talented cinematographer, and she was loved by everyone who knew her. Her death is a reminder of the fragility of life, and it has left us shaken and sad. That's an understatement. There's really there's no excuse. I mean, if you have a professional on the set, now I don't know all the protocol for film, that's not my field, but I do know that you have to take gun safety you have to be handled with extreme caution in every way. And I really feel that this was due to negligence. So being that there are thousands and thousands of films being made all over the world, this needs to set a precedence. This case needs to set a precedence for all of the other, for all the other actors whose lives, and cinematographers and everyone on the set, really, whose lives are at risk with when we have negligence in the hands of an armorer or supposed armorer. So anyway, it was a horrible experience for not just the Hutchins family, but also for our family. My son basically lost his really good friend. I honestly don't even know if they really talk very much anymore. They used to talk almost every day and play video games together. And anyway, it was a tragedy. So very, very sad. And that's the end of my statement.
Thank you.
Joel Souza.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I would like to thank the court as well as Ms. Morrissey and her team for allowing me to speak today. I've struggled with what to say here today because what I want is simply not possible. I want that none of this ever happened, that everyone's okay and that lives weren't destroyed, and that, worst of all, his life wasn't lost. I would not presume to speak for Helena, nor for her husband or her son, for her parents or her sister, but I would like to say something on their behalf, if I might. Helena's parents lost their daughter. Her sister lost a sibling and confidant. Matt lost his wife, the other half of himself. And Helena's son lost not only his mother, but everything she had to offer him for the rest of her life. Every kind word, every loving gesture, every support, every influence, every life's lesson, the course of his life has been irrevocably altered. And the world lost not only a person that was a gifted artist, but a truly kind and compassionate person, which often seem to be in short supply these days. As for myself, the last 2.5 years are difficult to put into words. What it's done to me and the burdens it's placed on me, both emotionally and physically, are my private burdens, and I think I'll choose to keep them that way today. What I will say is that one moment the world made sense, and the next moment it didn't, and it still doesn't, and I don't know if it ever will again. So again, what I really want, I can't have. I want everyone damaged by Miss Reed's failures that day to find peace. I want this whole thing not to have been consumed by the world as some sick form of mass entertainment. I want to still believe in the better angels of our nature. I want the pain to go away. I want to be who I was before this happened, and above all, I want Helena to be back home with her husband and son in the house she never got to live in. Helena not only had an incredible talent for her art, but she had a talent for life. She was a touchstone for all who knew her, and those of us who were lucky enough to have shared in her fleeting time on this planet are better for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a brief written statement by one of Helena's friends, Anya Bay, and that will be read by Alexander James.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anya Bay. I'm a filmmaker and a very close friend of Helena Hutchins. I want to apologize for not being able to attend in person because of my last-minute trip overseas, but I'm very grateful for the state for reading my statement. I've known Helena since 2014 when I first moved to LA. It was impossible not to connect and fall in love with her instantly, as she was that bright beam of light, creativity, and energy that could easily ignite the room, if not the entire city. Her passion for cinema was infectious. Her ability to enjoy life and love people around was evident. I felt very privileged to have her by my side, encouraging all of my endeavors. As my family lives far away, Helena became one of a few people that formed my family circle in Los Angeles. We traveled and celebrated holidays together. We supported each other through thick and thin, and of course, we created beautiful films together. We were working side by side, Helena as a director of photography, and I was a writer/producer. We collaborated on multiple amazing projects, including our very first feature film, which was almost impossible to make. But not for Helena. She didn't believe in impossible. She was a fearless leader with a unique creative vision and deep appreciation for her crew. And I know that hundreds of people can back me up on that. She was a true inspiration. We had many more plans to realize and dreams to fulfill together, and it still doesn't sit with me that it's never going to happen. Helena was a very loving mother and wife, daughter and sister, friend and cinematographer. She was a cinematographer with the capital C, perhaps the most dedicated filmmaker I know, who would always go an extra mile, if not 100 miles, only to take the best shot regardless of how hard it was. Just when finally, after all these years of hard work, she started to get recognized in Hollywood, which we all know could be very cruel and heartbreaking. This horrible turn of events during the production of Rust should have never happened. Set safety should never be overlooked, or, as in this case, completely and utterly disregarded, especially when it comes to weapons. I want to end with this. The tragic death of the incredible Helena Hutchins is not just a huge loss for her family, friends, and people that knew and loved her so much. It's a loss for the entire film community. She deserved better. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Gloria Allred will address the court on behalf of Helena's mother, father, and sister.
Here we go.
Time for the chick to speak.
This fucking dude in the back needs to stop being so gross. I think it's her boyfriend. I don't know. He keeps picking his neck and chewing on
Biting his
cuticles.
nails.
Dude, get him out of there. Bailiff, get him out of there.
Well, he says he's anxious, Jay.
Well, get his anxious ass out of there. He's grossing me out.
He's grossing Jay out, babe. She hasn't seen it, Jay, so she can't speak to it.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Gloria Allred, Morocco, and Goldberg. And also on behalf of my co-counsel, John Carpenter and Zuckerman, I would like to read a statement by Helena's mother, and then we have a video of her mother, whose name is Olga Solovey, and she will be speaking in Ukrainian, Russian, but we have English subtitles for Olga's statement. After that, I would like to read a very brief statement by the sister of Helena, Svetlana Zemko, who will also speak in Ukrainian, Russian, but we have English subtitles for her video. And finally, I would appreciate the indulgence of the court to read a short statement of Helena's father. We have no video for him due to his health. His name is Anatoly Androsevich. And then I will conclude. I have some photos as well of the parents and sister with Helena. So thank you very much for your courtesy in this matter. This is a statement of Olga Solovey, Helena Hutchins' mother. Good afternoon. My name is Olga, and I am the mother of Helena. It is extremely difficult for me to speak about this. Helena was the best daughter on this earth. I remember how she graduated with the most excellent marks from 2 universities here in Ukraine. Even so, she left for the USA to study and pursue her dreams. She had a beautiful family, her son Andros. She loved him madly and endlessly. All of her friends absolutely adored her. After this tragedy, my life has been split into 2, before and after. Time does not heal. It simply prolongs my pain and suffering. I have hope that the guilty, those that are responsible for the death of my daughter, will be punished fairly and sentenced justly. Justice must prevail. And I would like to say also that Olga and Svetlana made these videos despite the fact that where they live in Ukraine, in Kyiv, they are being bombed every single day. This is the video of Olga.
Хаченко, мене звуть Ольга. Сьогодні я хотіла б вам розказати про свою доньку, яка була дуже талановита, гарна, дуже гарно вчилась, дуже добре до нас ставилась. Я пам'ятаю той день, коли її не стало. Мені дуже тяжко. Дуже тяжко без неї. Я не можу. Ой. Так. В університеті, потім вона родила гарного хлопчика, мого внука, з яким я зараз не маю можливості бачити. Вона була дуже гарною матір'ю, але більше всього вона працювати любила. Перевернуло все моє життя. Дуже тяжко дивитися, як дитина росте без матері. Я хотіла б ще сказати, що вона вчилася в школі дуже гарно, невідмінно. Вже закінчила всі вузи, в яких вона навчалася. Я від усіх чула тільки гарні слова. І сьогодні мені не проходиться біль втрати. Пила до них кожен рік. Я бачила, як Андрус підростає, як він на неї дуже схожий. Галя дуже нас всіх любила. Вона завжди говорила: мама, я хочу, щоб ви жили краще. Весь час вона мене прилишала до себе. Вона хотіла, щоб я була поруч. Але оскільки ще Світлана була не зовсім дорослою, я не могла поїхати. Я їй обіцяла, що коли Свята буде замужем, коли в неї буде чоловік, я приїду обов'язково. Але я не встигла. У Галі дуже було багато друзів, які завжди приходили до нас, з якими вона старалась підтримувати контакти. Вона всім дзвонила. Ми з нею созванювались кожну неділю. У нас був день, це субота або неділя, ми завжди спілкувались годинами. Кращого друга, ніж Галя, в мене не було. Могла поділитися зі мною усім. У неї дуже гарна сім'я була. Але цей день перевернув все життя. Мені дуже важко без неї. Я весь час чекаю, коли я з нею зустрінусь. Але я дала собі слово, що я обов'язково побачу, що виросте, коли він буде навчатися, коли він жениться, коли в нього буде своя сім'я. І я повинна триматися. Я не можу. Коли Галя загинула, було 3 години ночі у нас. Я не могла заснути, я до 3 ночі не спала, мені було дуже тривожно. А в 3 часа я побачила, що дзвонить мед. Я дуже перелякалася. Значить, щось случилось. Бо вночі вони ніколи мені не дзвонили. І він не міг довго сказати, що сталося. Він тільки сказав: мама, у нас біда. І хвилин 5 він не міг сказати. Я кажу: да говори вже, що сталося? Каже: Галі немає. Після того я не пам'ятаю нічого. Я була одна вдома. Я кричала. Я йому ще говорю: може ще не ясно, може ще все буде добре. але він мені сказав, що її немає. Дуже важко втрачати дітей. Це словами не передать. І час не допомагає. Пройшло 2,5 роки. А мені стає ще гірше. Якщо перший рік я ще думала, ждала, що вона приїде. А цей рік я себе настраювала, пробувала змиритися з тим, що сталося. Але, напевно, я слабка. Хоча Галя казала, що ти мама сильна. Ну, в мене не виходить. Я хочу сказати, що мені легше не стане від того, що когось засудять. На скільки років, це не має значення. Але я хочу, щоб була справедливість, що хтось винуватий, хай понесе покарання за свій злочин. Мені дуже хотілося, щоб до мене хтось підійшов, мені поспівчував, вибачився, подивився просто в очі, мені хотілося подивитися тим людям. Може, мені було б легше. Але ніхто не підійшов. Я була на похоронах, я їздила в минулому році, в жовтні місяці, але я, крім Галіних друзів, нікого не бачила. І боляче. Люди, які винуваті, вони навіть не підійшли до матері. Я не можу зрозуміти. Всі люди, які причепні до смерті Галі, ніхто до мене не підходив, ніхто не вибачався, ніхто не співчував. Вона дуже багато працювала. На її весь час був розписаний. Але більше всього в житті вона любила свого сина. Я не знаю, у них настільки були відносини, розумієте? Вона просто не могла надихатися їм. Вона дзвонила йому кожен день, вона розказувала йому казки, вона все йому розповідала про роботу, говорила на добраніч, і він відпочивав. І це було кожен день. Не було такого дня, щоб вона не дзвонила йому, коли була відряджена. Завжди посміхалась, була весела, щаслива така. І дуже тішилась тим, що в неї все виходить, що в неї все складається так, як вона хотіла. Я думаю, що вона була щаслива. В сімейних відносинах в них все було добре. Вона ще дуже хотіла дівчинку. Перший місяць я була там цілий місяць. Коли ми приїхали, я попросила, вони могли кремірувати її не в Мехіко, але я попросила, я хотіла попрощатися. Привезли в Лос-Анджелес. Ми попрощалися, а прах ми забирали через 2 неділі. І тоді похоронили її на кладбище Голлівуд навсегда називається. В центрі міста. дуже красивому місці, там, де проходять фільми всі нові, різні. Там велика сцена, там збирається дуже багато людей, і там показують нові фільми, які виходять. І вона рядом з сценою похована. Канал красивий, там лебеді плавають. Дуже місце гарне.
I'm turning off the music because I don't need us to get a copyright strike for the music. But
dude, what was that like music? Was that like some kind of produced?
Oh, there was like a video. Yeah, they like just added like a video to it.
I'd just like to add
a little like, dramatically sad music to it.
Well, when she was done, they had a little video with her with like pictures.
Well, I saw the video, but it's weird that they put music to it.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like it was a documentary. It was bizarre.
Women
it was
I have
sad
ever
enough
met.
hearing from her mother. We didn't need like the dramatic music. It's weird.
In addition to living in the war zone and suffering the tragedy of her daughter, she is a nurse who cares for those who have been wounded in the war. Next is Svetlana Zemko, Helena's sister. And Svetlana says this. As I gathered my thoughts to write this statement, I wanted to start by emphasizing an important memory. When my mother and I were building our homes in Kyiv, one of the most fundamental things we were dreaming of was how our entire family would gather together comfortably at this home with Helena. As it stands now, that will never happen again. I very much wanted for Helena to meet my children and my husband. Helena will never meet my baby boy who was born after her death. Her death has shattered my heart. She was not simply my sister. She was my friend, and in a certain sense, my second mother. The video of Svetlana.
Cue dramatic music.
Є молодша сестра, вона старша на 7 років. То вона мені була в якомусь сенсі матусею навіть, бо приймала участь у моєму вихованні. У нас було дуже багато і таких теплих, смішних історій. І коли я була зовсім маленька, то у нас був такий, не знаю, як це сказати, змагання, хто кого передражнить. Але згодом, коли ми стали дорослішими, то у нас ці стосунки із виховання з її боку перетекли більш такі дружні. І ці межі вікові, вони стерлися. І ми почали там тусуватися разом, десь їздити на шопінг, знайомитися, проводити час по-інакшому. Я тоді так кайфувала, думала, вау, я така доросла. Вона мене брала десь із собою, ми цікаво проводили час. Навіть просто поїхати на прогулянку, вона мені давала свій одяг, у неї був завжди дуже модний одяг, вона мала гарний смак. І для мене було це так тепло, що вона зі мною ділилася. І може цю якість в мені таку не жмота, можна так виразитися, це може і від неї трохи пішло, бо вона така ніколи не прижимала, навіть шоколад, коли у нас був, вона ділила все порівно. Вона не брала собі ніколи більше. Це як по-братськи, по-братимськи, чи як кажуть. Я всім ходила, потякала, кажу, моя сестра в мене найкрутіша. Я ще жартувала, кажу, що у нас я такий ледащо, а сестра працює за двох із нас. Вона дуже багато працювала, щоб дістатися своєї мети. Дуже багато. Моя сестра була крута. Це був мій друг. Це було моє натхнення у якомусь сенсі, бо коли мені ставало якось зле, я завжди думала, ось у тебе сестра така крута. Їй завжди було пофіг на усі проблеми, вона йшла вперед завжди. Тобто ця цілеспрямованість, вона завжди так надихала. І мені здається, не тільки мене, бо вона така взагалі була світла людина. І я навіть не можу сказати жодної поганої або мінусової характеристики дати їй, ніяк, чесно. Не тому, що вона моя сестра, а просто вона така людина. Вона була дуже крута. Сестра в мене, так, була для мене прикладом. Багато в чому, до речі. Вона мені багато чого пояснювала, і у плані виховання, мені здається, що вона навіть більше мені дала, аніж мама. Мені дуже важко про це казати, бо то була моя така велика мрія, щоб ми збиралися з дітками усією нашою родиною і святкували Різдво, або там хоча б, я не кажу дуже часто, раз-два рази на рік. То була така моя мрія, щоб дітки разом гралися, щоб вогонь горів, і всі так за столом, і ми разом, і щоб це було так тепло. Я розумію, що цього вже ніколи не буде. Блін, я не можу. Мені треба, я не знаю, втекти. Фух. Короче, как-то я не хотела реветь. Просто одно дело, когда ты говоришь, какая она классная, другое дело, когда ты понимаешь, и все. Я взагалі намагалася триматися якомога міцніше, коли це трапилося, бо я розуміла, що якщо я ще буду плакати, то мама взагалі здуріє. Я просто бажаю, щоб ця ситуація не лишалася просто так у повітрі, як випадок. Бо люди мають нести відповідальність за свої вчинки. І кожен, хто винен, я вважаю, що винна не тільки одна людина тут, бо ми там не були, звісно, але як будуть докази, як по цій справі, то кожного, кого вдасться притягти до відповідальності, мають нести цю відповідальність. Бо це не тільки життя однієї людини, це ще здоров'я всієї родини і ментальне здоров'я мого племінника.
And this is the statement of Anatoly Androsevich, father of Helena Hutchins. The demise of my daughter Helena on the 21st of October 2021 became the tragedy and biggest bitter loss of my life, as well as the lives of my close loved ones. There is no way I can put into words to express the soul-crushing pain and suffering that I live through every day. The constant state of stress, the turmoil of my soul, have drained my physical strength and caused an abrupt decline of my health with continued physical pain in my heart. Every day I remember Helena. I remember the moments of our lives. Since she was a child, my Helena was a very curious and adventurous, hard-working, friendly, and caring person. At 11 years old, Helena convinced me to show her the nuclear submarine. We walked through each part of the nuclear submarine. As she grew up, it was her dream to make a documentary film about nuclear submarines, with an emphasis on the threat of nuclear weapons for humanity. My Helena had a devoted and loving husband, Matthew, a wonderful son, Andros, and a profession she loved. In the most developed and democratic country, the USA. I could not have ever fathomed that her life would be endangered while she was at work. As a former Marine officer, I fully understand the responsible and correct way to handle firearms. I am confidently stating that the death of my daughter was caused by systematic, gross violations of safety rules and regulations during filming of the movie Rust. I do not wish for revenge, but believe that each person responsible for the death of my Helena needs to carry the punishment that is equal to their guilt. Maybe, just maybe, this might prevent the same type of tragedies in the future to others and spare other parents from such a heart-wrenching catastrophe. And now I would like to show the court very quickly just some photos. This, Your Honor, is a photo of Olga and Helena and Andros.
Are you going to bring it up to me, or did you want to put it on the...
Oh, can you? Can you show it?
Elmo.
Thank you. Thank you. The next photo is a photo of Svetlana and Helena. And the last photo, Your Honor, is Anatoly and his grandson, Andros. Thank you. And as was mentioned, this week, April 9th, would have been Helena's 45th birthday. In honor of her birthday, our law firms have placed flowers on her grave at Hollywood Forever. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we just have a brief 5-minute slideshow, and that will conclude the state's presentation. This go.
Well, while they set this up, the reason she needs to get the full freaking sentence is it is very clear that since the moment this happened till now, she could not give a flying fuck about any of these people. She didn't even cross her mind about any of these fucking people. She doesn't give a shit. She has no remorse. She needs to get the full sentence, in my opinion. Didn't even occur to her. Bob, are you still there? There's Bob.
Yeah, I'm here, dude.
You were like off. It like went off. I don't know.
No, well, I keep refreshing. I was trying to chat to see if there's any way I can get our dual chat where it's real time for me. I have to refresh.
We're gonna have to
like every time to
do
get
this
it
a
like
different
up to
way.
date. It's weird. He didn't get it. The tech guy.
Why don't we? Let me see what the best way is to handle this.
Yeah, you know, kind of the difference between this
Yeah,
case
approach.
is like there was no intent. You know, I mean, yeah, Hannah's a piece of shit, but you know, I mean, she clearly didn't mean to kill her. It's got a different feeling than, you know, when you're dealing with a trial where somebody intentionally ends somebody else's life. You know, obviously it's incredibly sad. You know, but it's still it's a different thing. Like everything that Gloria was doing was really more like what you'd see in a civil case. You know, where you're trying to get money out of the tortfeasor as opposed to a criminal case. But yeah, it's sad stuff for certain. But it just has like I think back. I don't know that anything's ever affected me like that Crumbly thing. Like that was something else. And like the judges really aren't supposed to take emotion into it. You know, they have to look at the factors in terms of, you know, what is included in the statute as far as sentencing goes. I'm curious.
That's involuntary manslaughter, right? Whatever the statute, like.
Right. Well, but like the sentencing statute will have mitigating and aggravating factors, and both sides will say, like we saw it in.
Is that an aggravating factor? Her like calling what she said about the jurors, or is that not like?
I don't know what their statute is in New Mexico. If it is, we'll hear about it.
That camera, and don't forget when you get your cue. Okay. Space bar. We'll start the music.
If there's music, folks, I'm going to mute the music.
And then
I've run into problems with that.
Slide to slide. Okay.
Wow. High tech here, folks.
See how we've got it. So, you good? Yep. All right.
Pink Floyd, yeah, I'm not playing. Just an FYI, there's Wish You Were Here is playing, but I cannot play Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. I'm sorry, I can't do it. So I'll keep the pictures on, but if you're wondering and you want to play on your Spotify while it's going on, Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. Actually, honestly, Law and Crime might get turned off. We've watched videos where when they play music that like the whole thing. I mean, those are videos where they get shut down. mean, do you guys want me to talk over this? I feel weird that it's just no. I feel weird that it's just no audio here. Sorry, guys, I just can't.
I mean, there's no way. You'll get a strike. It's Floyd.
Yeah,
they'll sense it. They'll sense that immediately and shut it down. So, you guys all know what "Wish You Were Here" sounds like, right? I mean, if you don't, fix your lives.
No, KTG, I can't sing it because I'm so good that just me singing it will get a copyright claim. Otherwise, I would do it.
So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue
Bob,
skies from pain? Oh, sorry.
You ever do the where you start Dark Side of the Moon on the third roar of the roar
Wizard of Oz?
I've done that.
Yeah.
While under the effect of some stuff, and it works, folks. It's
pretty awesome, dude.
It works.
I've done it actually in the last few years. I did it again. Like I had heard about it. Shit, I think back when I was in high school. That's been around for a long, long time. That concept. That
who is the person, by the way, that thought of that concept?
I don't know. I mean, the question becomes, did Floyd really do that?
Is that like a theory?
Yeah, I mean, it's a theory.
Judge is rocking out. Let me see. Is it still on? Oh, yeah, it's still on.
Captain Frowny Face, the judge. He's got kind of an amphibian type mouth, the judge.
It's kind of Law and Crime really should be showing. You would think they should just be keeping this on the pictures here, but they've chose their own direction here.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even showing the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Society Page. I used to play clips all the time, and I would always get claims, never a strike, which they say hypothetically should not have any effect on your channel. And then all of a sudden, my channel was demonetized, so I don't mess around anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, Law and Crime is playing it, but I'm not taking it. They're going to get a copyright, but they don't care. Law and Crime doesn't care if they get a claim.
They don't. I mean, it's a good song selection,
Great song.
It's my favorite Floyd album, that entire album. Yeah. Funny story, like the day that I was taking the bar exam, got up at the crack. I had forget what I was driving. I want to say it was like a fucking Nissan Sentra or something going down there. And right when I turned the car on, and that was back when, radios. So I think I was just listening to the station XRT. I turned the car on, and right when I turned the car on, Welcome to the Machine starts, which is on the same album. And a song that I love.
Core memory, Bob. You got a core memory out of that.
Yeah, but like what makes it even more core is the fact that the second day when I finished the essay portion, the bar in Illinois 2 days, went back to the car, fired up the car, and fucking Wish You Were Here or Welcome to the Machine was starting. The moment, I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, do I have a tape in here or something? It was crazy, dude.
My dad
really fit into, Welcome to the Machine, the grind, all that. It was weird, man.
My dad, who is, a hippie deadhead, he would say synchronicity to that state. Like that was some sort of universal synchronicity that happened.
100%.
Mr. Gutierrez, read
What's
as
your
a
dad on
statement.
that?
Should like to
Boy.
tell the court.
Oh boy. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Oh boy.
First and foremost, my heart aches for the Hutchins family and friends and colleagues as well. And it has since the day this tragedy occurred. Helena has been and always will be an inspiration to me. I understand she was taken too soon, and I pray that you all find peace. I am beyond grateful that Joel survived that terrible day. My heart goes out to the film industry for the devastating pain that this tragedy caused and the old wounds that have been reopened. I am saddened by the way the media sensationalized our traumatic tragedy and portrayed me as a complete monster, which has actually been the total opposite of what's been in my heart. Your Honor, when I took on Rust, I was young and I was naive, but I took my job as seriously as I knew how to. Despite not having proper time, resources, and staffing, when things got tough, I just did my best to handle it. Today, I humbly ask you to consider probation, a probation where I can contribute to society through community service, and I can continue my counseling, and I welcome any classes that you may deem necessary for me to attend. I give you my word now that I would strictly follow the rules and respect the parameters of that probation. I beg you, please don't give me more time. The jury has found me in part at fault for this god-awful tragedy, but that makes me a monster. That makes me human. Thank you.
Hannah, with all due respect, respectfully, with all due respect, get the fuck out of here. Let's get on with this. Let's get out of here with this bullshit.
Yeah, and I believe Del Reed would like to speak.
Oh boy.
This time.
Del Reed, here we go.
Who's speaking?
Her stepdad, the armorer, Del Reed.
Oh. The guy who got her the gig?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brief statement, it's a horrible tragedy for that wonderful lady to lose her life. Also be a tragedy to put my daughter Hannah in the penitentiary for that. It's alleged she introduced live ammunition on the set. That's not true. Why would she? The two people responsible for whatever come on the set are the vendor and the property master who had to work for her. On that terrible day, they had Hannah off the set doing prop duties, and she asked him to please bring her back on when Mr. Baldwin comes so he could do a final check on the gun. And it's instructions.
This fucking guy is making an argument. Get this guy out of here. What is this?
Did not do that. If they had it, this horrible day would not happen. Thank you, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the court.
Thank you.
Sit down, sir.
That dude's old as dirt.
They could have called that guy. They did.
And just briefly, Judge, I've made most of my arguments in the written pleadings. And Judge, it's nobody in this courtroom could not be moved by what we just saw. The family, Helena's family, her friends. It was a horrible tragedy. There's no doubt about that. And it's a tragedy for everybody. There were a number of lives changed, lost. That day, her friends talked about that. And that includes Ms. Gutierrez. I just want the court to know primarily that she has felt remorse. And maybe I've talked to her as much as anybody, at least on the legal side, Ms. She's broken down. She's had mental breakdowns. She said, if only, many, many, many times. And it hasn't come out. It hasn't come out until today because of the legal proceedings and the system we have. But she has truly felt remorse, and I will tell the court that. As an officer of the court, that she has indicated that to me. This court has seen jail calls she's made. I would submit to this court that you could probably survey 100 people after something like this happens, including everybody that participated in the trial, scrutinize all of our calls, and pick out.
This ain't Family Feud, sir. We're not surveying 100 people to
something
get
bad
top
that one
answer.
of us said. Because, Your Honor, none of
Jay,
us are what we are on our best day.
I wish I could hear you, but
nor are we what we are on our
so
worst day.
blindingly
And as
shiny
Ms.
that
Gutierrez
it's
said,
blocking my
she's
sound
human. She's
wave
flawed, just
here.
like everybody else in this courtroom. We, this court, to consider fairness in respect that this was a cascade of tragedy. As some of the speakers indicated, there were multiple system failures by multiple people. Some of those people have come before the court, as this court knows, and received 6-month misdemeanor probation. Some have not been punished. Some have yet to come before the court. at least one individual is going to be tried in July. And so I know this court has the responsibility to weigh all of that and to determine what is commensurate and fair, as one speaker said, for Ms. Gutierrez. And what does that mean in the scope of things, and what has come before this court. And I'm asking the court to consider that. And also what probation might do for her in terms of rehabilitation, which is another goal of our system, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I've made some notes along the way, so if I refer to the notes and I'm not looking at tables, it's because I'm reading. First of all, thank you for your presentations. Thank the friends and family of Helena for presenting their memories and their losses of Helena. There are really three choices for sentencing before me. What the defense wants is a conditional discharge. This means straight probation, unless Ms. Gutierrez comes back on a probation violation. She won't have a felony conviction on her record, so she can continue to possess firearms. Again, unless she comes back on a probation violation and receives the imposition of the probated sentence. The second one has not been offered by counsel, but I've certainly thought of it, and it's to continue her in the Santa Fe County Detention Center. That would be for 12 months. That's all she's allowed to stay at the detention center. And then put her on probation for the rest of the time. She's facing 18 months. She's got pre-sentence confinement for about a month or so. In this scenario, she won't experience prison. She will be a convicted felon. She cannot carry a firearm under federal law and for a specific time under New Mexico law. And then there's prison, and the state has proposed at 85% of the time sentenced to incarceration based on the serious violent offense statute. For all the fanfare and pundits and finger pointing that has been going on for over 2 years, we were able to seat a jury of her peers who confirmed they could listen to the evidence received in court and determine the facts and apply the law. They found Ms. Gutierrez guilty of involuntary manslaughter. What were some of the poignant facts that came out during the trial? In her police interview, she proudly owned her position as armorer. On October 21st, 2021, chaos ended after the film crew walked off. Ms. Hutchins and others were trying to rig, if you will, how they were going to keep filming. And what was the defendant doing while waiting? She was loading Alec Baldwin's gun. Did she have enough time to load the weapon safely? Plenty. Did she load the weapon? Yes. With dummies and a live round. Did she check what she was loading? No. Why? Well, in her own words, most recently, in her jail calls, she didn't need to be shaking the dummies all the time. Did she check after that? No. And while you've heard her concerns about how she'll never work again as an armorer leading up to the trial, have her concerns changed? No. Here's what she says. This whole thing has been a character attack on her. Just recently in her allocution, I'm not a monster. And what did, where is it? They talk about how much of on the phone, she and another are talking about how much of Hannah's life they could take up, and that this is messing up her modeling career. This is while she's incarcerated, waiting for a sentence. And what does she say about the death of Helena? Hannah is dismissive of the judge talking about someone dying as a result of her actions. Hannah says she's looking at 13 months, which is ridiculous over what happened. Hannah says that people have accidents and people die. It's an unfortunate part of life, but it doesn't mean she should be in jail. A conditional discharge is not appropriate. And the second option of leaving you in the detention center would be giving you a pass you do not deserve. I did not hear you take accountability in your allocution. You said you were sorry. You were sorry, but not you were sorry for what you did. You were sorry for and hope they can find peace. It was your attorney that had to tell the court that you were remorseful.
Get her. Drag her.
The word remorse, a deep regret, coming from a sense of guilt for past wrongs. That's not you. You're hereby sentenced as follows. Stand.
Woo. Going in.
I am sentencing you to 18 months of incarceration at a New Mexico Women's Correctional Facility. I find that what you did constitutes a serious violent offense. It was committed in a physically violent manner, a fatal gunshot, done with your recklessness in the face of knowledge that your acts were reasonably likely to result in serious harm. You were the armorer, the one that stood between a safe weapon and a weapon that could kill someone. You alone turned a safe weapon into a lethal weapon. But for you, Miss Hutchins would be alive, a husband would have his partner, and a little boy would have his mother. Please take her.
Nice, Judge.
Yeah. I'm going to ask the deputies to watch how the courtroom gets cleared. Please do an order of remand to the transport order to the Department of Corrections and the judgments.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We are in recess.
All rise.
So, Bob, it turns out it's probably not a good idea to make jail calls about the judge before she's going to sentence you, huh?
Not with this judge. She definitely, that seemed to have really impacted her heavily. You know, I mean, she referenced those jail calls more than anything else, you know, like in terms of her. I'm curious if those jail calls would have been filled with remorseful statements if she would have gotten, you know, probation or conditional discharge. It's interesting. Yeah, she's going in, man.
18 months. Maybe that time she'll have some remorse and think about, but very clearly she does not give a fuck as of now, but maybe she'll start thinking about it. Man.
So defense attorney Meow asked what you do upon hearing those calls. I'd be like, I mean, what can you do? I mean, there's no way that you can keep them out. You know, you tell your client, well, can't unring that bell. You just better hope that the judge isn't going to take those into consideration, because it's obviously a really bad look for her. It makes her seem like a real shitbird, you know. I'm surprised she didn't, you know, talk about where she said that the jurors were retards. That's, you know, I mean, I think if there would have been, like, she would have given her more time if it was available.
Do you like tell your client, like, I don't know if this is a thing, but like, hey, maybe you should write a letter to the family, or hey, you should like, or can you not like give any advice like that to it? Like,
sure. Yeah, you can give advice.
Or shut the fuck up when you're on the phone. And if you are on the phone, just say that you're really, I mean, clearly they had no control of this. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I mean, I really felt a little bit bad for her at the verdict, and now I saw that shit. I'm like, well, I was an idiot for feeling stupid for her. But
yeah, you know, and it's like that part of it where, you know, this was negligence, you know, gross negligence. Obviously, you know, it's, for me as a defense attorney, it's got a different vibe than when somebody intentionally kills someone. You know, but the bottom line is her reckless disregard for human life, man, resulted in this death. You know, there's no two ways about it. And it doesn't, you know, just because she didn't purposefully do it doesn't make it okay, you know? So, I still think that Baldwin's not going to get shit. I don't think that they'll find him guilty. And I don't think they should. It's like when Elisa and I and,
Karen.
No, I think it was Elena, right? It was
Elena Burrows.
Yeah, we were all on. You know, it was like I think we all kind of concurred. I don't know how it makes it to him. It was her gig, man. Like, she was the one. You know, she was the first and last line of defense and making sure that there there was no live ammo, and she failed miserably, you know, and somebody lost their life because of it. Like Allison, when we were listening, I was off. I had the camera and the mic off. You know, she's like, I still don't see how. I'm like, well, she's like, I don't see how it's criminal. I'm like, well, if that was me that had died, you'd feel differently. She's like, yeah, it's probably true. I'm like, well, you gotta try to walk a mile in somebody else's shoes, you know, to kind of feel it. So, yeah, I think I'm certainly not upset by the sentencing at all. You know, I mean, 18 months, she'll do it on her head. She already made super close buddies in the joint. So
apparently that last sentence in that document was that she apparently enjoys jail. So, although she's going to a different place now, right? That's not the same place she'll be in, but
yeah, she'll figure out how to make that that toilet hooch they all make. Be getting her buzz on, you know, she'll be fine. Unfortunately, you know, I mean, it ends her career as somebody who is the last line of defense for actors and actresses on film sets, you know, with her putting guns in people's hands. So, you know, that's a positive as well.
So what are you thinking, Bob? So I paused it at, you know, where we left for the break. What do you think we should do?
Should we take a vote? I mean, we like the one. Well, I mean, the problem is if we take the break, will you lose the, or can we come back from?
No, I could start it wherever. The weird thing is, I'm gonna just go to it real quick because it's kind of well,
how about we do this? Let's see who they call next. And
okay, yeah, let's see.
It's an interesting witness. If it's another cop doing foundational stuff, you know, maybe we take lunch break.
Have the jurors brought in, please.
Probably Cross, right? Or let's see.
If it's somebody interesting, then maybe we, you know, because we do have a nice behind time schedule now where we can really work past some breaks in the afternoon.
That's true. Let's see. All right.
We could and at the time.
So it's just Cross right now
In the sidebar.
Should I just
and Mr. Pryor, you can just move for admission.
Do you think we need to see this guy's testimony
of any exhibits you have with this cross-examination? So,
and Judge, by stipulation of the parties,
oh, they finally stipulated something.
Let me just see if this guy's. It looks like this guy's still on. Oh no, maybe not. Oh, now they're on break, so I could put it on like 1.5 speed
are stipulating to defense.
I don't know. What do you guys
63, which represents the body cam.
Let's see
of
what the
Officer
chat has
Wheeler,
to
which
say.
I don't think has been brought up yet.
Chat, let us know.
Chat.
What do you think? Do we watch the cross? I mean, essentially, this witness was to get in that body cam. Like, do we need to see prior cross-examine him? What do you guys think? We could take break because it looks like they're on break right now. So we could take break. Let me see. Let me see what they ended it off at. Let's see. Oh, there was.
You want me to have permission to publish it?
Oh, there was a different witness. Let's see who this next witness is.
October 19th.
And only after he was
used for today, as far as I say is concerned.
Testify otherwise.
Morning, Lieutenant Powell.
Another cop.
Else? No. How long have you been a detective?
I was a detective for about 4.5 years.
What was your prior rank?
Patrol.
And what date did that happen?
October 31st, 2019.
How were you contacted? Was it in person, by phone, email?
I was contacted by phone.
And what did you learn from that contact?
They was inquiring about Tammy Daybell's death, asked if they could get a copy of the report, and asking for assistance.
Okay. Do you recall, did they say anything else about Tammy Daybell's death and the reason for their request for the report?
Judge, calls for hearsay.
Yes, sustain.
After the phone call,
Boy sounds a little bit like a Muppet to me. I don't know what it is. I don't know which Muppet. I haven't put my finger on it yet, but he's got a very Muppety voice.
I'm trying to see what they're trying to get in here on the screen. Let's see.
Is it body-worn camera footage, or it
Lieutenant
looks
Powell,
kind of looks
please
like
look at the monitor up there.
It's like a
This
picture
photo.
or something.
Since we didn't all have your vantage point, will you just explain again what they were doing the jury?
They're holding hands, walking in the Hobby Lobby.
Were they holding hands the whole time walking in?
Yes.
Holding hands into the
Now,
Hobby Lobby. What the
Did you go inside the Hobby Lobby?
No, we did not.
We did not go into the Hobby Lobby.
What did you
go
do
to the
while they
Hobby
were inside
Lobby?
the Hobby
You went to
Lobby?
the Hobby Lobby. What about you?
Waited
Hobby
outside.
Lobby? Hobby Lobby.
And how long do you believe they were in there?
I don't recall.
You're welcome, LS. Thanks for
But
being
did you wait long enough to see them exit
Yes,
the
we
Hobby
think our
Lobby?
cats are pretty
Yes.
awesome.
We love
And
you, LS.
what did they do after that?
Got in their vehicle and drove over to Cafe Rio.
What happened then? Did they go inside?
Yes.
I don't know what this is about, but let's see what they ended off at. It looks like they're about to end it, so let's see.
All right, Exhibit 35 is admitted.
Here. I may have permission to publish it. Did I move for admission? What is that, a picture of, Lieutenant Powell?
Oh, look, there.
Chad and Lori eating at Cafe Rio.
And did you observe anything else about their behavior or conduct together while they're at Cafe Rio?
No.
What happened after they left at Cafe Rio?
We ended the surveillance.
Why did you end it there?
The time of night and prior engagements people had.
Okay. Your Honor,
Thank you, Lisa and Karen, for being here. We appreciate it and all your
Yeah, we
insight
love you
during the
guys.
trial.
We love you
Um,
guys.
We'll have you back during, if you'll come back with us during Alex's trial.
would now be an appropriate time to stop my direct examination, considering the hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time.
All right.
We will try to do it in an
apparently
hour,
we just
back
missed
on at
close
1, but
surveillance.
we'll allow sufficient time for the jurors
I just
also
must
to
see
have
what
their
time
lunch and
they,
take the break necessary. So we'll come back on after the break.
All right. Everyone's
please.
homework during the break is to figure out which Muppet Judge Boy sounds like. Because I promise you, he sounds like a Muppet.
Does anyone know what time they go on break too? That's the question I have. If anyone knows, so I'll end the stream because I gotta fix the logo. I got the wrong
So
logo.
what time? So it would be their mountain time, right?
Yeah.
So what time does it look like they went on? How
It's hard.
much? How much more?
There was about 20. Wait, no.
Excuse
There was about 20 minutes to go. It looks like 23 minutes, and then it was the
They
break.
typically do. I mean, most courts go like an hour 10 on a lunch break. Hour for lunch, 10 minutes to get sorted.
So what is that? So that are we thinking 3 o'clock, like my time, which is like 35 minutes? Anyone have any idea when this is coming back? Anyone in the chat, let us know if you have any idea. I want to fix that. Bob just alerted me. I have his old logo. I got to update his new logo. I'll do that.
It's one of my versions. I've got many versions of the old logo. I figure since we have the Just Facts over next to JBN, we might as well put a different one there.
Oh, so keep the Just Facts one there, and then put the other one on the bottom.
Yeah, where we have the bigger ones above
Yeah.
you and I, just put the straight dope one there.
Okay, I'll do that. Actually, let me check. Sometimes they put it in there. Nope, Long Crime did not, in fact, put it in their chat. I mean, should I put it for like a half hour? Like,
Oh yeah, Legal Mama. Sorry, I never say the R word, but I was repeating it for effect because Hannah had said that during her jail call. So sorry.
yeah, we
would.
we would never say that. That was
that was-
specifically because she said that. So
Yeah,
I
that
hope,
was,
I
that
hope
was
no one was.
verbatim, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Her jail call.
Around Kim says around 3:15. All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Kim. All right, so I will end this. I'll set it up for 3:15. It comes earlier, we'll just pop on. And thank you all so much. We were over 1,000 combined between Twitter and YouTube.
Nice.
So thank you all for watching that with us. And we'll be back in around a half hour to 45 minutes. I'll set it up for 3:15. But if it's 3, then we'll come on then. So thank you all so much for watching with us, and we will be back in about a half hour to 45 minutes.
Love y'all. See
Love
you
you
in
guys.
2 and 2. 2 and 2, as Chuck Willery says. Dating women on TV with the help of Chuck Willery. Wind's blowing out just like the Grand Canyon. I'm always out looking for a female
companion.
Yeah.
Nice, Bob. Nice. All right, guys. There's a copyright claim I'm gonna get. Thanks a lot, Bob.